Chapter 587. How could Chen Guang tolerate such a scam? He slammed the alloy security door so hard that it made banging sounds. He was barely able to control himself. Otherwise, the security door would probably be deformed if he used all his strength. After slamming for almost 2 minutes, the person inside finally could not take it anymore. It was still the young man in a suit. He opened the door and glared at Chen Guang. "What are you doing? Are you looking for trouble?" When this person spoke, his nostrils were practically pointed at the sky. He was arrogant, despotic, and condescending. Chen Guang waved the other white radish he took out from the box and waved it in front of this bastard's eyes. "Looking for trouble? I think you're the one looking for trouble. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at what this is. I exchanged my 100-year-old ginseng for a white radish. You guys sure have guts. How dare you eat my stuff?" The young man in a suit was not nervous in the face of Chen Guang's questioning. He was still as arrogant as ever. "Don't slander us. Our company's business is over after we handed the stuff over to you. Now that you've opened the box yourself, you're telling me that you exchanged your stupid ginseng for a white radish. Who knew if the box was originally filled with white radishes? Otherwise, you must have replaced the radishes yourself. How dare you try to blackmail us, Dragon Gate Express?" Chen Guang was furious. This bastard was the perfect example of a delivery company's bad habit. After receiving the goods, he did not acknowledge it and did not even allow him to open it on the spot. Yet, Chen Guang was making a false accusation. Would Wenwen send a white radish over? Don't F***king mess with me, okay? Get lost. Don't interfere with our work. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. The young man in a suit waved his hand impatiently. He wanted to chase Chen Guang away as if he was chasing a fly away. Chen Guang flew into a rage and was about to attack, but Enchanting, who was beside him, couldn't hold back anymore. Sure enough, he was still a young man with a bad temper. He attacked without saying a word and didn't want to talk nonsense with him. A white shadow flashed, and the petite Enchanting brushed past Chen Guang. She placed her hand on Chen Guang's shoulder and flew up like a butterfly. The tip of her foot lightly stepped on the forehead of the young man in the suit. It seemed to be a light touch, but the young man was sent flying as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. With a rumble, he crashed into the wooden handrail a few meters behind him and fell to the ground. The other employees of Dragon Gate Delivery who were sitting on the first floor of the villa slapped the table and stood up. They surrounded him, and all of them were very excited. Enchanting stood there with a cold face. She pulled off the mask on her face. How dare a group of weaklings be so arrogant? Even if I let you use only one hand, you still wouldn't be my opponent. Enchanting of the Thousand Despair sect was here. Who dares to attack me? Chen Guang stood behind Enchanting. He wanted to see what would happen if he hit this person's stomach with his Qilin arm, but he did not have the chance to do so. He felt regretful, but since Enchanting took the initiative to jump out and become his fighter, he was happy that he could save himself some effort. The young man in the suit was clearly the person in charge of this branch company. Even though he was suddenly hit, Enchanting had shown mercy and did not kill him. He rubbed the blood from his mouth and stood up slowly. He glared at Enchanting with a fierce gaze. Don't talk nonsense. Ms. Enchanting is in Beijing, and it's impossible for her to come here. You're an imposter. Oh my, I'm a little hot-tempered. Enchanting rolled up her sleeves and walked forward. She really wanted to cut this person into pieces. Chen Guang reacted quickly. He quickly extended his arms from behind her and hugged her. Wait a minute. Let me get my things back first. Let me tell you, next time you take advantage of me like this, can you at least tell me beforehand? There are so many people watching. No, no, it's an accident. This is definitely an accident. Look at my sincere eyes. Chen Guang coughed twice and stood in front of the young man in the suit. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Now, give me back all the herbs that you stole, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Do you know who I am? Do you know who gave me this medicine? Do you believe that I will call your boss Long right now? When that time comes, you won't be able to bear the consequences. When he said this, he did not know why, but a strong sense of incongruity arose in his heart. Oh my God, when did the old man become so villainous? Usually, villains who said such things to show off would not survive more than 2 episodes in the story. I don't care who you are. Anyway, I don't know what's going on with your medicine. It was obvious that the young man in the suit did not care about anything that Chen Guang said. Chen Guang frowned. Could it be that these people really did not know him? When he thought about it, it was not impossible. After all, although he was a little famous now, he was still far from an international superstar like Hua Zai. It was understandable that they did not know him. However, this matter seemed to be a little f***ed up. He did not know how Dragon Gate Express's rules were set up. It seemed that the sender and the recipient's information were all hidden. The standard of this salesman was almost breaking the bottom line. You're so stubborn, aren't you? It seems that I can only call your boss Long. He even dares to steal the herbs that the head of the Wen family gave to me, Chen Guang, who is also the spokesperson of Dragon Gate Express. He is so lawless. Chen Guang said as he prepared to take out his phone. At this moment, a middle-aged woman walked out from the door next to the hall of the villa. She was dressed like a servant and held a typical ceramic pot of guangwei soup in her hand. Boss, isn't this medicine too heavy? Will it cause problems? The middle-aged woman held the pot in her hand and looked distressed. It was obvious that the pot had been boiled for a period of time. She held it out and shook it slightly, and the room was filled with the fragrance of the medicine. Hey, you grandson, are you lying through your teeth? Not only did this group of scum steal his medicine, but they even cooked the soup on the spot. The scene became a little awkward for a moment. At this moment, a staff member standing in front of the computer seemed to have accidentally glanced at the computer from the corner of his eye. The company's spokesperson just edited the promotional video sample. It was just sent to the company's group chat. Then, he immediately clicked on the video. Dragon Gate Express. Everything will be delivered. A few seconds later, Chen Guang's handsome face appeared in the video. However, at that time, Chen Guang still had a head of beautiful hair. Now, he was bald. It was no wonder that no one could recognize him. The young man in the suit's face instantly turned pale. He first looked at the screen that was playing the video sample, then looked at Chen Guang. What? Do you believe me now? Spit out what you've eaten from me. Hand over the other medicinal ingredients. Chen Guang placed his hands on his waist and took a step forward. Enchanting followed closely behind, ready to attack at any moment. She had also learned something new. The Dragon Gate Express 5 Capital Branch had completely changed her outlook on life. The young man in the suit's face first turned from yellow to white, then from white to green, and before long, it turned black again. He looked at Chen Guang and Enchanting, and his expression changed several times. Then, he secretly gave the others a look, and suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. I don't know you. How dare you barge into our company, then you're the enemy of Dragon Gate Express. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a half-foot dagger from his waist and glared at Chen Guang and Enchanting fiercely. The others also understood tacitly and surrounded them from all directions. Obviously, seeing that the matter had been exposed and they had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend, they might as well take the lives of these two people and leave them here without anyone knowing. As an elite at the peak of bone force, Enchanting was not afraid. She flicked her wrist, and two plum blossom darts appeared in her palm. Good timing. The rules of the pugilistic world are that life and death are not counted. At that moment, a loud bang came from the villa's anti-theft door. The sturdy anti-theft door was completely deformed by this attack. The tense atmosphere immediately froze, and everyone turned their heads to look. Another loud bang came, and the anti-theft door fell. A muscular figure stood at the door, and it was the livid Chairman Long of Dragon Gate Express, Long Dingtian. The young man in the suit immediately lost his will to fight. He sat on the ground with a trembling voice. Sect Master, Long Dingtian strode forward and said angrily, "How dare you?" The young man in the suit was so terrified that he could not speak clearly. This is a misunderstanding, Sect Master. Long Dingtian ignored him. Instead, he turned around and cupped his hands at Qinguang and Enchanting. Both of you, Long Dingtian, would like to apologize to you here. Such a scum has appeared in the sect, and it has ruined my reputation. I will definitely compensate Mr. Qin for your loss, and I will definitely give both of you a satisfactory explanation. Qinguang looked at Long Dingtian, who was suppressing his anger, and he was not very happy. I was your spokesperson, and Wen trusted your company and asked you to help me deliver the goods. In the end, it turned out to be like this. Chairman Long, your company's business standards really need to be improved. If I didn't come with Enchanting today, I'm afraid your incredible employees would have killed me, Qinguang, here. Qinguang's words were filled with dissatisfaction. Enchanting was also very unhappy. Chairman Long, since you've chosen to do business, you should follow the rules of a businessman. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'm afraid I'll go back and report this to my master. As for the business between our Thousand Despair sect and Thousand Flower Valley. Long Dingtian's expression changed, and his pupils shrank. He seemed to have made a decision and cupped his hands again. Of course. I, Long Dingtian, have always been a responsible person. At that moment, the young man in the suit realized something from Long Dingtian's tone. His face turned pale, and he retreated while shouting, "No! No! Sect Master, you were." As soon as the young man in the suit finished his sentence, Long Dingtian turned around at lightning speed and slapped the young man's head. His inner force burst forth, and a dull sound was heard. The eyes of the young man in the suit instantly became slack. His mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with panic. His eyes were filled with confusion and unwillingness, but he was still dead in the end. He fell limply to the ground, and there was no longer any sign of life. The main culprit has been executed. All of you, break one of your arms. Long Dingtian said coldly as he pointed at the other 10 staff members of the 5 Capital Branch Company, who were also his sect's disciples. I'll count to 3. Those who break their arms will die. Long Dingtian began to count. 3. As soon as he finished counting to 3, he heard a series of groans in the room. These people were fighting to be the first to break their arms, and the scene looked exceptionally cruel. Long Dingtian's decisiveness in killing was beyond Qinguang's expectations, but Enchanting didn't seem to be surprised. Mr. Qin, is this considered an explanation? Long Dingtian turned around again and smiled apologetically at Qinguang and Enchanting. Yes. Qinguang suppressed the discomfort in his heart and snorted. In the past, he had only seen these inner force martial artists disregard human lives in the intelligence reports or after the incident. Today, he had experienced it himself, and he was the cause of the incident. Of course, he felt a little uncomfortable. However, such incidents might not be rare in the future, so he had to adapt even if he couldn't adapt. Enchanting didn't say anything and just nodded slightly in satisfaction. Enchanting might look like a cute loli normally, but when it came to the matters of the underworld, she was more experienced than Guang. However, Long Dingtian waved his hand again. This isn't enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched his chest fiercely. A muffled sound echoed like the ringing of a large bell, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Because of my personal negligence, Mr. Chen and Enchanting from the Thousand Despair sect have fallen into a dangerous situation and suffered grievances. I'll hurt my heart as an apology. I hope Miss Axian won't let this matter affect my cooperation with your sect. Alright, I promise you. Enchanting finally relented. From the moment Long Dingtian entered the door until now, he had been interrogated, killed, broken arms, and mutilated himself. This series of events took a long time to describe, but it happened so quickly that it caught people off guard. At the dining table in Beijing, he was the smiling and amiable Chief Long. However, when he arrived at the 5 Capital Branch Company, he became a pure underworld person when dealing with the traders. When he made a move, he killed without blinking. Long Dingtian wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth again. He didn't take the injuries on his body seriously and cupped his fists at Guang. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. I'll get someone to send over the medicinal ingredients that they dared to steal. I'll definitely compensate you twice as much as you lack. Guang didn't reply and merely nodded. His peripheral vision would occasionally glance at the corpse of the young man in a suit that was lying on the ground. This small action completely exposed his state of mind as an ordinary person. Long Dingtian rolled his eyes and asked the few servants who broke their arms to retrieve the stolen goods. He then said rather casually, Mr. Chen, don't be surprised. When these servants entered our sect, they had to sign a life and death agreement. His behavior in our Dragon Gate escort agency is equivalent to deceiving his master and ancestors. According to the past rules, he should be punished with the death penalty. However, as the main culprit, he can't escape the death penalty. This matter is in accordance with the rules of the underworld and also the rules set by the Imperial Court. There will be someone to handle it. After saying that, Long Dingtian pointed to the sky with a meaningful look. Guang understood. Of course, there will be someone to handle it for you. Isn't it the Special Affairs Bureau? Thinking about how arrogant and unscrupulous the young man in a suit was and how he wanted to kill when he saw that the matter had been exposed, Guang couldn't sympathize with him. However, there was a faint sense of discomfort and incongruity in his heart. He couldn't tell where it came from, but he could just treat it as a man's intuition. The two of them waited for about 5 to 6 minutes. The young man in a suit's corpse had already been dragged somewhere. The box of medicinal ingredients that Wen had sent over was then exchanged from the raccoon to the crown prince. After a quick count, they realized that there were still 3 ginseng and other precious medicinal ingredients missing. Clearly, they had been added to the pot of Cantonese-style soup. Long Dingtian immediately decided to double the amount of medicinal ingredients as soon as possible. Chapter 588. Before Guang and Enchanting were about to leave, Long Dingtian asked about Guang's UBS account. He said that he felt guilty about what happened today and that he would definitely repay him generously as compensation for his mental distress. After placing the big box in the trunk, Guang got into the car and turned to ask Enchanting, Chief Long is one of us, right? Enchanting was puzzled as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Brother Guang, are you frightened by how he killed his subordinate? It didn't matter. His servant's actions today were a huge taboo for an escort agency that was built on its reputation. My Thousand Despair sect and the Dragon Gate Escort Agency have been working together for many years. Previously, when you obtained the Strength Elixir, most of the delivery work was handed over to the Dragon Gate Escort Agency. We are old acquaintances and can be trusted. Is that so? Forget it then. Chen Guang smiled as the doubts in his heart gradually disappeared. Just as he was about to start the car, a deafening explosion came from behind. When the two of them turned around, they could only see the dazzling fire. It was obviously daytime, but it was so bright that they were almost blinded. The detached villa behind the two of them had actually exploded in front of their eyes. Broken walls and debris were flying everywhere, and a huge piece of broken cement was heading straight for the phaeton. Chen Guang was quick to react. He still maintained his posture of looking back, but his right hand had already switched to the gear with lightning speed. He stepped on the accelerator, and the phaeton's engine roared crazily as it sped forward. The piece of cement that was chasing after them smashed into the spot where they had stopped, and smoke and dust were everywhere. What's going on? Chen Guang and Xan Qin asked in surprise at the same time. Before they could finish their sentence, there was another explosion. Raging flames engulfed the villa and instantly engulfed the entire villa. Xan Qin was about to get out of the car, but Chen Guang pulled her back. Don't go. Right at this moment, two figures suddenly rushed out from the flames. The one in front was the tall and sturdy Long Dingtian. But at this moment, he no longer looked like a sect leader. His face was charred black, his hair was smoking, and his whole body was burnt black. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his chest and arms were full of bloodstains and wounds, making him look like he was in a sorry state. Another relatively thin figure followed behind him and jumped out of the fire. It seemed that the explosion did not cause much damage to her clothes. It was the middle-aged woman who had just come out of the kitchen. Long Dingtian. Hand over your life. The cooking auntie took strange steps and roared. She took out a soft sword from her waist and stabbed at Long Dingtian's back. Long Dingtian tried to escape 2 steps, but his injuries worsened and he couldn't pull away from her. He could only turn around boldly and stomp his feet on the ground. He took a stable horse stance and punched at the woman's soft sword with both fists. Old Lady Jinhua, Long Dingtian, will never forgive you. I didn't intend to fight at first, but since you hurt yourself today, don't blame me, Grandma Jinhua, for taking this opportunity to send you to hell. The cooking auntie grinned and swung her flexible sword lightly, creating an afterimage that swept towards Long Dingtian's fists. At this moment, she no longer had the appearance of a servant. Her demeanor and tone were filled with a sinister aura. Suddenly, the two of them collided fiercely. Blood splattered from Long Dingtian's arms, and his flesh flew everywhere. He did not know how badly he was injured by Grandma Jinhua's sword. However, Jinhua Popo did not have it easy either. Long Dingtian, in a desperate situation, allowed her to stab the flesh on his hand with her soft sword. He did not even try to evade. Instead, he punched forward with both fists, hitting her in the chest and sending her flying back into the sea of fire. However, Long Dingtian didn't dare to follow up with another attack. Instead, he dragged his injured arms and ran out. Chen Guang, who was reversing the car to support him, felt his teeth ache when he saw Long Dingtian's arms. A small part of the flesh on his forearm had been sliced off by the flexible sword in an instant, and one could easily see the eerie white bones. Get in the car. Chen Guang turned the steering wheel with his left hand and placed the back door beside Long Dingtian. Long Dingtian opened the door and got in without hesitation. Grandma Jinhua rushed out of the sea of fire again. She was not as carefree as before. Her hair was disheveled, and the ends of her hair were still emitting flames. She looked like a crazy demon. Long Dingtian. Die for me. Let's go. Crazy Grandma Jinhua is one of the dark clans for great protectors. She has a blood feud with me. Usually, we are on par, but today, I'm injured on top of my injuries. I'm no match for her. Long Dingtian curled up his body. The excruciating pain caused sweat to seep out of his forehead, and his dark face to turn pale. As Chen Guang sped up, Xan Qin leaned out of the passenger's window and threw the storm dart. The storm dart enveloped Grandma Jinhua and slowed her down. They broke through the villa's guardrail and went straight to the suburbs without slowing down. Chen Guang used his driving skills to the extreme. If the racing god wanted to escape, no one would be able to catch up. Under Long Dingtian's guidance, they crossed a small road and came to an inconspicuous house in the suburbs. Long Dingtian got out of the car and fell to the ground. As for the back seat of Chen Guang's phaeton, it was completely stained by his blood. A group of people rushed out of the house and hurriedly carried Long Dingtian inside. However, Chen Guang and Xan Qin were not in a hurry to follow them. Chen Guang asked, "The dark clans for great protectors? What's the matter with this crazy Grandma Jinhua? What kind of blood feud does she have with Boss Long?" Xan Qin's gaze was solemn. "It's not strange. Although I don't know what their past is, there are rumors of their conflict in the pugilistic world. Maybe it's because they killed each other when they were young." Golden Flower Granny was skilled in disguising herself and sneak attacks. She was the dark sex protector, but she was also in charge of the dark sex business that was similar to Dragon Gates Express. The two of them had old grudges and new grudges, and this was not the first time they had fought like this. "I just didn't expect old Grandma Jinhua to be crazy enough to disguise herself as a servant and hide in the 5 capitals. If it weren't for us, Long Dingtian would be dead." "What? Business rivals? Why are they making such a big fuss over a business?" Chen Guang was stunned. He thought of the love-hate relationship between SF Express and Jitong, as well as the commotion between Hungry Man and Meituan. Compared to these two business elites, those people were simply amateurs. Look at how other people's bosses snatch business. Learn from them. Xan Qin shrugged. "There are many things in the pugilistic world that you don't know. Then we won't be involved in this, right?" Chen Guang was a little troubled. He didn't want to face a crazy woman like old Grandma Jinhua. Xan Qin asked him in return, "To be honest, aren't you more involved than Boss Long? Right now, your Wen is going around saying that she wants to uproot both the Poison Clan and the Dark Clan." That makes sense. Forget it. There's no need to worry about too many debts." Chen Guang also felt that his worries were meaningless. Thinking about it carefully, he was the one who was implicated. The two of them stood at the door for a while, but Long Dingtian had already woken up. He was barely bandaged and was wrapped up like a mummy. He forced someone to help him out of the room. "Thank you for saving my life." He wanted to cup his fists again, but before he could raise his hands, he was in so much pain that he had to grit his teeth. Chen Guang waved his hand. "You're welcome. Anyway, we're not the same family as the Dark Clan. It's just that your injuries." Long Dingtian was rather heroic. "It's fine. This is nothing. I had a fight with old Grandma Jinhua in the past, and she almost dug my heart out. This is just a small injury, and I'll recover after some rest. It's just that this time, the two of you were involved in my fight with old Grandma Jinhua. I'm really ashamed." Chen Guang didn't mind. "Don't stand on ceremony. It's fate that we got to know each other. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." Looking at how Long Dingtian was still trying his best to hold on despite his injuries, even he felt the pain for him. Chen Guang was starting to get anxious. Xan Qin was at the peak of bone tendons, while Long Dingtian and old grandma Jean Hua were experts in skin force. In the past, Wenwen was also an expert in skin force. However, Chen Guang had never seen Wenwen using her real skills. Previously, in the mountains of Feng Town in Beijing, when he rushed over, he was basically just cleaning up the aftermath. Today, after witnessing it with his own eyes, Chen Guang realized that this skin force martial artist was much stronger than he had imagined. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Compared to these people, his Qilin arms and dart skills were nothing. He was panicking and wanted to rush back to soak in medicine and cultivate. His own strength was the most important. Long Dingtian was seriously injured and wasn't in a good state of mind. He didn't keep Chen Guang and Xan Qin any longer. He only said that he would repay Chen Guang for saving his life today and didn't know what else to give. He only asked Chen Guang to pay attention to the money in his bank account. Chen Guang didn't take it seriously and drove away. Halfway through the journey, his phone rang. He was waiting at a red light when he took a look. TSK, I thought it was a lot. It's just 4 million. You're bluffing. If it was in the past, 4 million would have been enough for him to enjoy for half a year. But it was different now. He worked hard on Weibo every month, and he also worked hard on his live stream. His monthly income was at least 2 to 3 million. It was just 4 million. It wasn't exciting. Xan Qin picked it up for him and took a look. 4 million. That's great. The remaining 36 million is mine. I'll go. Chen Guang stopped the car by the roadside and snatched the phone back from Xan Qin. After taking a closer look, he realized that he had missed a zero. He was delighted. Stop fooling around. I have urgent need for this money. President Long is generous enough to solve my urgent need. What generous? He used his life to exchange for it. 40 million is too cheap for him. Can you share some with me? I want to invest more in the darts league. Xan Qin shook Chen Guang's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Chen Guang shook his head. I can't explain it to you clearly, but I really have great use for it. Out of the 7 perfect cups, only the darts league was at full value. The remaining 6 god statues, the god statues were gone. In any case, the remaining 6 cups had to be improved. Otherwise, it would be strenuous to only have one special training session every 5 to 6 days. Can't I do it at all? Xan Qin thought that Chen Guang was stingy, but Chen Guang wouldn't tell her about the faith value. No way. How about I serve you in bed? 1 million each time. You're saying that. Doesn't your master give you money? Our Thousand Despair sect is actually very poor. We never save money. Then don't you know how to ask for money from others? For example, President Long. I'm embarrassed. You're embarrassed to ask for money from others. You're not embarrassed to sell yourself to me. Selling yourself is selling your skills is also selling. You get what you pay for your labor. I think you're quite pleasing to the eye. Where's your moral integrity? Besides, 1 million per time is too expensive. I can hire 10 college students for a year with 1 million, okay? Tisk, is there such a cute loli among college students? How can the user experience be the same? Aren't you tempted? You get what you pay for, okay? Shut up. Chen Guang didn't want to talk to Xan Qin at all. Her brain was not working properly. After a long time, Xan Qin said, I'm still a virgin. It's my first time. It's very tight. Shut up. After a while, they were about to reach the neighborhood. Xan Qin spoke again, Brother Chen Guang, then I'll lower the price. 100,000 per time. I'll just work harder. Chen Guang stepped on the brakes and covered his face. He was tempted. However, when he looked at Xian Qin's porcelain doll-like face under the sun and her innocent eyes, he didn't know where she learned it from. Although he was gradually convinced that she was indeed an adult, he still couldn't get rid of the guilt in his heart. I beg you to shut up. I'm afraid of you, okay? I'll give you 5 million. Stop talking, stop talking. If she seduced him again, he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Okay, 50 times. I'll warm your bed tonight. Remember to be gentle. Get lost. Not long after the two of them returned home, Chen Guang tried to brew the medicine himself. After struggling for less than 10 minutes, he decisively gave up. This was really not a job that a man like him could do well, especially when Wenwen's prescription had a 9.0 difficulty index. Fortunately, there was a professional, Xian Qin. Although the Thousand Despair sect wasn't good at concocting pills, Xian Qin was still an expert and had come into contact with such things in the sect. At first, she didn't want to do the work, but when the head of the Thousand Despair sect ordered her, the only subordinate under the sole commander, to do the work, Xian Qin pouted and accepted it. On the other hand, after the fight with Long Dingtian, the Golden Flower Granny had left quietly before the police arrived. After being punched in the chest by Long Dingtian, the Golden Flower Granny's stomach was churning and she suffered internal injuries. Long Dingtian, this bastard. This old granny is dying of pain. The Golden Flower Granny sat on a chair in the park, cursing. When the phone in her hand was finally connected, she immediately straightened her face. Mr. Ng. How's it going? Miss Wen seems to have given Chen Guang some medicinal herbs. It seems that she wants Chen Guang to start practicing martial arts from now on. On the other side of the phone, Mr. Ng seemed to sneer. Start practicing martial arts from now on. Yes, I've checked those medicinal herbs. They are all medicinal herbs used by martial artists to build their foundation and temper their bodies. But in my humble opinion, I really can't tell what kind of martial arts they are used for. Mr. Ng laughed loudly. It doesn't matter if you can't tell. Chen Guang is already more than 20 years old. What's the use of practicing martial arts from now on? Although Miss Wen is in a rage, her heart is as clear as a mirror. She has thought it through thoroughly. What do you mean by that, sir? Mr. Ng seemed to be in a good mood today and was quite patient. Don't you understand? When an adult practices martial arts, he may not achieve anything even if he spends dozens of years. Miss Wen is just using her internal energy to attract Chen Guang. It seems that she wants to teach him something, but in fact, it is nothing more than finding something for Chen Guang to do to make him behave. So what if he doesn't know what kind of martial arts it is? So what if it is the Wen family's Danqing scroll? Can he practice it? Let the people in the 5 capitals come back. It is useless to stay there. There is no need to worry about Chen Guang anymore. Don't we need to tamper with his medicinal herbs? There's no need for that. I just hope that Wen can quickly settle down and stop doing meaningless things to provoke her. Chapter 589. Lying comfortably in the bathtub, the feeling of this medicinal bath was quite good. There was a strong cold feeling on the surface of the skin that came into contact with it, but he could also feel that countless streams of heat were constantly penetrating his pores from the medicinal bath into his body. It was just that it was a little pungent in the mouth, and he didn't know the reason. What? Isn't this medicinal soup for bathing? Why would he know the taste of it in the mouth? Because when he just got out of the bathtub, his foot slipped and he fell into the water. Lying on his back, feeling the medicinal power enter his body, enjoying the rare leisure in this busy time. His head leaned against the slope of the bathtub, looking at the white mist above his head, taking a deep breath, Chen Guang began to analyze his current situation in his mind. Including all the sources of faith value, his current total production of faith value was 138,972 units per day. The largest income came from the daily production of the World of Darts, 44,448 units. In addition, the Racing World's 25,500 units, the Pile Driver Little 6's 38,000 units, and Kirin Arm Little 7's 18,000 units. The other world of the Sword Tower, Piano, Pencil Sharpening, as well as the special faith value provided by the fanatic Shuai Lin, as well as the special faith value from the world of the Transient Sea, including the Pile Driver and Piano, totaling 29,000 units per day. Among them, the faith value provided by the fanatic and the Transient Sea was not affected by the upper limit of the world in the cup. But for the others, the Racing God Realm, the Pencil Sharpener Realm, the Piano Realm, the Kirin Arm Realm, the Sword Tower Realm, and the Pile Driver Realm, none of these 6 realms had reached the maximum capacity of 44,448. Oh right, I forgot to mention that after so many days, the Deer Cry flower, which was the medium, had grown a little and sprouted 2 more buds, so the upper limit of the daily production had also jumped up, a whole 3 points. Each custom world in the Cup of the Holy Grail required about 600,000 to 2 million faith value. After all, this was the special training that Chen Guang himself participated in, and it was different from the training of others. Chen Guang was the owner of the Heavenly Holy Grail, so it was reasonable for him to enjoy all the custom-made services of the Holy Grail. The effects of the Holy Grail would not be discounted, and there were no hidden dangers. Lioli could protect him. When he was training others, he would pull them into the world in a cup that Chen Guang himself had practiced. The Holy Grail would not create a new world, nor would it take up the total amount of the 3,000 worlds. However, when he was training Chen Guang, it was equivalent to him paying faith points to purchase a full experience of the Heavenly Spirit Cup's middle world. The Heavenly Grail had to create a new world for him, which was almost identical to an ordinary middle world. The only difference was that as long as he had faith points, he could have as many as he wanted until the total amount of the Heavenly Spirit Cup's middle world was depleted. Of course, this was not all good. Because he needed to create a new world, the amount of faith required was not fixed. It would fluctuate according to the size of the world in the cup that Chen Guang wanted. For example, in the world in the cup that he had experienced before, the most miserable was the alto in the world of the car god. That narrow space made him want to cry, but no tears came out. However, whether it was the world in the piano, dart, or pile driver, the treatment was much better. When he played the piano, he could walk around freely on the Virginia, although the deck would become a mosaic, and even the sun would become a mosaic. Other worlds in the cup had a large pool with a radius of 100 meters, and it was not bad to take a swim when he had nothing to do. When he was training others, he needed a fixed amount of 600,000 faith points. If he wanted to see the Heavenly Spirit Cup's middle world, 600,000 was only the minimum requirement. If he wanted to experience the supreme service of the Virginia with realistic NPCs, he had to pay 2 million. Now, his total inventory was about 980,000 faith points. He could choose to pay a little more to improve the user experience, or he could choose to pay only 600,000 to enjoy the beggar version of the world in the cup. The meticulous Chen Guang thought about it for a while and finally decided that he had to control his costs. In order to complete the world in the cup 40 times as soon as possible, he would use the beggar version of the world in the cup. In addition to reducing costs, he also had to increase income. How to make the world in the cup, which was still in a hungry state, reach the maximum value as soon as possible was his top priority. He had to find a way to further expand his influence in the field he was good at. For example, in the Dota Cup, although no one could surpass his feat of reaching the top 4 times, as time passed and people saw more, they slowly became numb to it. With the passage of time, the countless battle recordings he had left behind were gradually forgotten by the people. Even if his name was still there, he was not a professional gamer. He had never won an international invitational tournament, and he was not a member of the esports circle either. His live stream was also a slow process, and his fame would be worn away with time. Chen Guang felt that it was necessary for him to do something. He had to dig out his reputation in the Dota Cup or the esports circle, and increase it as much as he could. There was also the racing world. Although his unsurpassed record on the Hong Kong track was still there, anyone who knew about it, whether they were professional drivers or amateurs, would worship him to the extreme, regardless of whether they were professional drivers or amateurs. But on a global scale, the number of people who knew about the racing god Chen Guang was small, and he had never participated in formal world competitions such as the WRC Rally. If he had the opportunity to participate in these world competitions, he could turn himself from the illusory world's strongest racing god to a real racing god Chen Guang, and the number of faith points provided by the same person would also increase significantly. Other than that, he had another idea. He could also consider expanding the influence of one of his specialties. For example, sharpening pencils. No matter how high the skill level was, not many people were interested in it. First, he had to let people know about the existence of the skill of sharpening pencils. Secondly, there was a difference in the level of sharpening pencils. The skill of 100,000 people and the skill of 10 million people, of course, could provide a huge difference in the number of faith points. The pile driver, on the other hand, had nothing to struggle with. Basically, it had full faith points. The Kirin arm, on the other hand, still had a lot of room for growth. He estimated that participating in the WRC would be enough for the Racing God Cup. At that time, he would pay for it out of his own pocket, and make a good use of the Internet Water Army. Things like the first Chinese WRC champion, the unprecedented record reaper, he could hype it up to death. The idea was good, but participating in the competition was too troublesome, so he temporarily put it aside. The three with the greatest potential were piano, pencil sharpening, and Dota Cup. Unfortunately, piano was an art. No matter how high one's level was, others would not easily admit defeat, and it was difficult to expand. Sigh. Chen Guang slapped his head. It was like a cow trying to gnaw on a pumpkin. He did not know where to start. The more he thought about it, the more he did not know what to do. Why not start from the most convenient thing, the Dota Cup? Should I organize a global solo competition? Anyway, he had 40 million, 35 million in his pocket. He was not worried. The total prize money of the champion team of the International Invitational Tournament was about 5 million USD, right? Then, an online solo competition with a total prize pool of 2 million USD, would he be afraid? The top 20 could take turns to fight with him. As long as they won a match, you could take away 100,000 USD in cash. Would you be afraid? The prize pool was comparable to the International Invitational Tournament's solo competition. It was definitely going to be influential. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. It was not difficult to carry out the plan. He could leave the online publicity to Xiaozong and his bamboo live stream. He just had to stay at home and play solo with others. It would save him time and effort. The competition organization, sponsors, and V-Club could all be left to Xiaozong. It was also beneficial to him. He did not need to spend much money, so he should not have any objections. Anyway, he was a professional live stream company. He had plenty of people under him. There was no time to lose. He would do it after he came out of the world in the cup. That was a good plan. As for what to do next after this, he could not be bothered to think too much about it. He would cross the bridge when he came to it. He could not possibly be suffocated to death. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the bathroom door. It was Enchanting. Director, do you need a back rub? Go ahead. Your deputy director is only wrapped in a towel. My back suddenly feels a little itchy. Your deputy director is offline. TSK, no sincerity. Actually, Enchanting wanted to come in. Although she knew that it was wrong of her to do so, she was really curious about how the painting scroll tempered the body. However, she really did not have the cheek to take the initiative to ask. She wanted to stay by Guang's side in the name of scrubbing his back and secretly learn some techniques. However, she immediately regretted it after she said it. She wrapped herself in a towel and returned to her bedroom. Sitting on the bed, she sulked. She patted her head and put her palms together in repentance. Master, your disciple has done something stupid again. No matter which family it is a secret. How can I covet other people's techniques, especially the one family's painting scroll? She shook her head violently and muttered to herself, no, no, no. This is a taboo. Fortunately, she did not go in. Otherwise, Guang would have taken advantage of her. Moreover, Guang had no intention of touching the painting scroll at all. He was just taking a normal bath. Guang soaked in the bathtub for nearly 2 hours, which was the 2 hours written in Wenwen's secret manual. Then, he was too lazy to get up. He grabbed the heavenly holy grail beside him and drank a mouthful of tea in satisfaction. It was time to enter the world in the cup. He had forgotten a very important thing. Lying in the bathtub, of course, he was naked. Entering the world in the cup like this would obviously mean entering with his butt naked. Lioli, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, sensed Guang's appearance. She slowly opened her eyes and saw his rather indecent appearance. She cried out in surprise, "Oh! Are you trying to make this old lady's divine technique break my body?" Guang covered his legs with his hands, feeling extremely embarrassed. An accident, it was completely an accident. You did it on purpose. Quickly find a knife and chop that broken thing of yours. Don't dirty this emperor's eyes. Lioli was also a pot calling the kettle black. She was currently naked as well. She could only rely on the fact that she could use her divine power to condense a white mist to protect her body. Thus, she shamelessly boasted to the similarly naked Guang. In the distance, Lu Minghua also cried out repeatedly. Old pervert. Peeping flower. Guang was not to be outdone. Lioli raised her hand to cover her eyes. It was as though she did not want to take another look at him. All right. I will ask you one last time. Have you really thought it through? Only 600,000. You don't want to add more money. She could not wait to send the streaking man away immediately. Guang said indifferently, isn't it just training the soles of my feet? Beggar version it is then. Why add more money? Those who do not know would think that you are a kabaki. Put 3,000 into your card. Add the money to 98,000. Not adding, then not adding. All right. Don't regret it when the time comes. Don't blame this emperor for not reminding you. Guang said resolutely, I will definitely not regret it. Xiaomi and a rifle can only win a battle. Right now, it is still not the time for me to enjoy life. The user experience is fine. It will be fine as long as the effects are outstanding. Alright, let's go. A few minutes later, Guang finally knew the answer to the extreme beggar version of the Heavenly Spirit Cup. He recalled a certain unbearable night. He still remembered that day when he first peeped at Teacher's Void Refresh. Before he had time to digest this unimaginably beautiful scenery, he was lying in the Buick MPV of Vice Principal Han of the Jinhuan Academy, pondering over several major philosophies of life. Who am I? Where did I come from? Why am I here? Where am I going? Damn it, it really is the armor-style cup world. This user experience is not just a little bit bad. This is simply the most miserable confinement in history, okay? F***ck this beggar version. I want a refund. A refund. Chapter 590. If he had known that the so-called world in a cup that was exchanged for 600,000 faith points would be like this, he wouldn't have wanted this beggar version even if he was beaten to death. The pure aura of a beggar from the beggar's sex elder 9 pouches definitely didn't contain preservatives. At this time, his whole body was tightly wrapped in a warm and enclosed space. When he opened his eyes, he could see the floating mist outside, which was the original water vapor in the bathroom. His head, hands, and feet couldn't move at all. It couldn't be said that there was no space at all. It was roughly the same as when he was trapped in the medieval armor last time, or maybe a little tighter. Thank God, this was the world in a cup, at least his breathing was smooth. At this time, his situation could be seen as being frozen. The most annoying thing was that although he was frozen, he was awake. The lower half of his body was soaked in warm water, and his nose could even smell the fragrance of tea. If he remembered correctly, there was indeed half a cup of tea left before he came in, so now it was half a tea bath. Well, this was really super restoration, high fidelity. Then the question is, how should I train the soles of my feet? This confused thought emerged in Chen Guang's mind. At this time, Liuli was also confused. Before the world in a cup was really brewed, she didn't know what she would become. Now that a wisp of her soul had merged with the heavenly Holy Grail, every time Chen Guang underwent the special training of the world in a cup, her own wisp of soul would also be brought into the world in a cup, becoming something related to the content of Chen Guang's special training, such as the mirror in the acting world last time. Then this time, when Chen Guang wanted to train the soles of his feet, what would she become? Liuli was not very willing to imagine. From her point of view, although she knew that this matter was very deceptive and very sour, she really couldn't bear to refuse Chen Guang's request for special training. Holding the idea that she would deal with whatever came her way, Liuli just let it be. Finally, when she really realized that she had become an electric foot tub, her whole mind was broken. That's right, under the circumstances where Chen Guang was completely trapped in the armored cup world, it just so happened that he wanted to train the soles of his feet today. The intelligent Holy Grail perfectly resolved the drawback of not being able to allow him to exercise vigorously, and provided him with what could be said to be the strongest, most powerful, most tyrannical and most merciless footbath in history. Supreme Horse Slaughter Chicken, let you ascend to the heavens, let you fly, let your feet touch steel walls. The great glazed foot bathtub has inherited the glorious tradition of the heavenly Holy Grail. Half an alto, a mosaic computer, a super durable penknife, brass fireworks, and so on were possessed by the souls of the great martyrs. Her basin represented the long history and glorious tradition of the Heavenly Grail's special training. She was not fighting alone. She really was a basin. Sister Liuli, what's going on? You don't look very well. Is there any problem with his special training this time? Outside, Lu Ming was still in a state of shock as she asked. The pitiful pure flower had just suffered from mental pollution. Now that she recalled the naked appearance of Chen Guang when he first appeared, her heart was still beating wildly. It really was a dear. Liuli's face was pale. She didn't want to talk to Lu Ming at all. This matter was too sad, too sad. Weren't you a mirror last time? What are you this time? Lu Ming didn't know where Liuli's scar was at all. Not only did she fiercely expose the scar, she also madly sprinkled iodized salt on it. Liuli silently closed her eyes with tears in her eyes. She didn't want to speak. I am a basin. You damn Chen Guang, who asked you to only pay 600,000, who asked you to be so stingy, I'm going to fight it out with you. The glazed foot bathtub was suddenly activated. The terrifyingly large torque divine motor whistled and delivered the strongest impact in history. There were 7 massage steel balls on one foot, and a total of 14 massage steel balls rotated crazily, ruthlessly pressing down on the soles of Chen Guang's feet. Oh, Chen Guang also burst into tears. The scorching impact on the soles of his feet made him feel like a Buddha being born into the world, 2 Buddhas ascending to the heavens, 3 Buddhas and 4 Buddhas floating in the air like an immortal. He recalled his tragic experience when he was tempering the Qilin arm last time. He thought to himself, I won't be tortured like this until I master it, right? Is this the beggar's version of the armored world of the spirit seeing heaven cup training method? What a tailor-made one. What a simple beggar style. Money couldn't buy one. At this moment, Chen Guang was also regretting his past actions. He originally thought that half an alto was the lower limit of the cup. The armored world of the spirit seeing heaven cup had only occasionally appeared in his imagination once, and he didn't really take it seriously. But when he really fell into a deep predicament, he realized that he had indeed underestimated the shamelessness of the heavenly Holy Grail. After breaking through the bottom line, he was instantly submerged in water, and he was at a loss of what to do. The violent impact that kept surging from the soles of his feet was like boiling magma diving down, rapidly engulfing his entire mind. The screams were no longer enough to release the excitement in his heart, and the hot tears in his eyes could not wash away the emotions in his heart. He could only roll his eyes and foam at the mouth again and again, hoping that he would simply pass out. Unfortunately, the core function of the considerate world of the spirit seeing heaven cup was basically the same regardless of its size. Right now, he couldn't pass out. Because no matter how simplified the world of the spirit seeing heaven cup was, his mind was still protected. Although it was painful, he wouldn't collapse. Although it was boring, he wouldn't feel tired. Emotional blockade was one of the core functions of the spirit seeing heaven cup, and it was the basic guarantee that the Redeemer could survive the entire training process. Therefore, even though the supreme version of the world of the spirit seeing heaven cup, which had its own NPC simulation, was much better than the current armored world of the spirit seeing heaven cup in terms of area and customer experience, the difference in faith value between the two was not as exaggerated as the difference in area. The supreme version of the world of the spirit seeing heaven cup required 2 million faith value, the beggar version required 600,000 faith value, the poor version that was half an alto car required 800,000 to 900,000 faith value, and the ordinary version of the world of the spirit seeing heaven cup required about 1 million faith value. In fact, the faith value required for the core function of the world of the spirit seeing heaven cup was only about 600,000. The difference in the cost of faith value between different versions of the world of the spirit seeing heaven cup was mainly reflected in improving the user experience, such as expanding the area and providing more realistic visual, auditory, and tactile enjoyment. Chen Guang was reluctant to add even the slightest faith value, and in the end, he ended up like this. The crystal coffin was all close-fitting armor of the beggar version. Lioli, help. Can I add more money? This is so hard. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Guang only felt that his feet were broken and healed, and broken again, tossing and turning. He didn't know how long he had been tossing and turning. The terrifying foot tub finally stopped, giving him some time to breathe. Chen Guang took the opportunity to howl. Lioli's angry voice came, "Ba ba ba. Shut up you. If I could increase the price, I would have already taken the initiative to increase it for you. Do I still need you to tell me?" Chen Guang was puzzled. Why did this sound seem to come from below? Forget it, don't bother about those details. But this is really hard to bear. Give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. I want a refund. Alright, just accept your fate. There has never been a world of the cup that could be upgraded with more money after it was created. I feel more sorry for myself, okay? As a noble and elegant golden finger, can't there be a correct way to open it? If I had a choice, I would also want to return you, this unlucky savior. Lioli raised his head and saw the soles of Qin Guang's feet in front of him. Then, his face was getting closer and closer. At the same time, the electronic notification of the heavenly Holy Grail finally sounded in Qin Guang's mind. Warm-up is over. About to officially start the Savior's feet training. Mission completion, 1/100,000. Washing the motor. I'm done for. Qin Guang slowly closed his eyes. It turned out that the painful torture that he almost forgot the time was just a warm-up. What's with this 1/100,000? He remembered the more than 20 million brass fireworks that he had played when he was practicing the Qilin arm. When he was finally freed from the world of the cup, his eyes were lifeless and he stood in Cloud City. Even though he knew that Lioli and Lu Minghua were here, he didn't think of covering up at all. It was too painful, too painful. He was trapped in the armor, unable to move, and tortured by the foot tub. It might have been 20 years, 30 years, or maybe even 100 years. He was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know how many times his poor feet had been broken. Other people's foot tubs were called massages. His foot tub, in order to achieve the training effect of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, the method used was called grinding. He grinded them, grew them, and grinded them again. Qin Guang couldn't recall the terrible scene. Anyway, he didn't see it himself. Other than soreness, there was pain. In the end, he completely lost consciousness. It was as if he was born without these 2 feet, and his whole body was floating in the air. No matter what, he still made it through. Lu Minghua wasn't shy anymore. Sister Lioli, do you think he's broken down? Lioli also shook her head in puzzlement. It shouldn't be. The heavenly Holy Grail wouldn't make this kind of mistake. Then how do you explain his current state? If he really broke down, the 2 of us are really finished. I'll go take a look. Lioli stood up and rubbed her nose. She walked in front of Qin Guang, but she still saw his empty and lifeless eyes. Hey, wake up. Little brat. Lioli stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. Qin Guang gradually came back to his senses. There was finally some light in his empty eyes. Looking at Lioli, who was right in front of him, memories slowly floated up in his mind. After a long time, he finally squeezed out 2 words from his mouth. More money. Then he said, in my next life, I must be a money earner. He suddenly pounced forward and hugged Lioli, crying miserably. Just like the picture, you'll ruin your whole life. From now on, you'll only be a card bar person. Lioli originally wanted to push him away, but when she thought of the pitiful experience of this brat in the world and the cup, her heart softened. She sighed and patted his back. Darling, be good. Don't cry, I'm here. My heart hurts so much. Qin Guang still didn't stop. His snot and tears sprinkled on Lioli's hair. Tragic, really tragic. It was really heartbreaking and tearful. Lu Minghua was also moved to the point that 2 drops of tears formed on her petals. Suddenly, Lioli felt that something was wrong. This scummy fire stick was desperately fiddling with her lower abdomen. Chapter 591. The 2 of them were now completely naked. The white mist on Lori's body could only block their line of sight, but it was useless against the skin contact after the 2 of them hugged like this. The 2 of them were now hugging each other completely naked. This guy had long returned to normal. He was desperately rubbing against her chest, and the fire stick was also desperately rubbing against her like a devil. F***CKU. She sent him flying with a kick. Chen Guang floated in the air, his eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. As expected of an authentic goddess, the effect of her recovery was really great. Seeing that Chen Guang, who was floating in the air, had finally disappeared, Lu Minghua said faintly, "You've been taken advantage of. You've suffered a great loss." Lori gritted her teeth, "There won't be a next time. I'm going to kill him. Come on, come on. I have high hopes for you." Regardless of whether Lori in the cup world was fuming with anger or not, after coming out of the cup, Chen Guang was still lying in the bathtub. He raised his feet slightly and looked at his skin that had become as white as jade. The muscles on the soles of his feet revealed a perfect and impeccable charm. He was very satisfied with the effects of the Holy Grail special training. Although the process was terrible, the effects were worth it. As for next time, it was better to be a quick-witted one. He put his feet back into the bathtub. The unique brown color of the Chinese medicine and the medicinal liquid quickly faded, and his feet continuously felt a fiery pleasure. After more than 10 minutes, the bathtub full of medicinal liquid had completely lost its color. All the remaining medicinal liquid in the bathtub was quickly absorbed by his feet. The color of the medicinal liquid in the water could not be seen at all. It was like the color of a barrel of purified water. Heart-piercing light. After absorbing all the medicinal effects in an instant, Chen Guang's feet, which were the strongest in history, were completely formed. "All right, get up." He retracted his legs, pressed his hands on the edge of the bathtub, exerted force, and got up. With a crisp sound, his feet inexplicably penetrated the bottom of the porcelain bathtub, and the water in the bathtub flowed down. Chen Guang looked down and was completely confused. He didn't expect his feet to be so powerful. They were like diamond drills. The poor bathtub only got to enjoy it once before it went to heaven. Ah! At this moment, the bathroom door was suddenly slammed open. Enchanting, who was only wrapped in a towel, fell into the bathroom and landed on the floor. Then, she raised her head in a daze to look at Chen Guang. She saw Chen Guang standing naked in the bathtub. What entered her eyes was the silver spear that was gradually raising its head. In fact, Chen Guang shouldn't be like this. He should be like those people in the movies who were overly frightened. But he was a man, so he understood. Even if he was at a disadvantage, if he were to be stared at by the opposite sex at such a close distance, this man would be rather shameless. However, the opposite sex just so happened to be such a flawless and exquisite loli. To be honest, he was a little unable to take it. His sense of shame did not come first, but the excitement that he shouldn't have had came first. Once the excitement came, it was the standard procedure. Blood pumping, rushing to the 2nd of February, waiting for the dragon to raise its head. Above. Time seemed to stop at this moment. There was only the sound of the bathtub's water splashing in the bathroom. They didn't know how long it had been, but the two of them remained in this sluggish state. Enchanting's pupils grew larger and larger. When the dragon completely raised its head and roared, her mouth finally formed an O shape. "Ah!" she screamed. Chen Guang's reaction was slightly slower than her. After all, he had just crawled out of the world in the cup after being tortured. After Enchanting's scream, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he also screamed, clamped his legs, bent his waist, and quickly covered his body with his hands. He finally realized that he had been taken advantage of. But what about the inexplicable happiness? Enchanting's hands scratched the smooth bathtub floor aimlessly. Then, she wanted to get up. Unexpectedly, she lifted her leg too quickly. When she got up, she stepped on her own towel. She got up, but the towel was still on the floor. Just like that, the two clean and smooth people crossed 1,000 years of waiting. In this small bathroom, they turned into two statues that looked at each other. They were completely stiff. So sometimes, life's fate was so unpredictable. Although Chen Guang often couldn't help teasing Enchanting these 2 days, and Enchanting seemed to have awakened her nature and couldn't help but joke with Chen Guang. But if she really wanted to do something with Chen Guang, she didn't have the determination and courage, let alone the impulse. Besides, her master wouldn't agree. Today, she came back because she couldn't resist the temptation of the painting scroll. She wanted to sneak a peek and be satisfied. But she didn't expect that she would fall head first into it. When she fell in, Chen Guang just got up, and when he wanted to run away, he just happened to step on her own towel. This was a blessing that could only be achieved through 18 lifetimes of bad luck, right? Chen Guang looked at Enchanting in front of him blankly. His eyes scanned her from top to bottom. Her body, like her face, was the most benevolent and generous creation of God, which could give a mortal such a perfect lowly body. As she said, she was indeed a small steamed bun. But it didn't matter at all. Because it made her look cuter. For other people, chest size was justice, but for her, flat chest was her home. Chen Guang's eyes gradually moved down from her upper body. Oh, Mickey Mouse panties. Ah. Why are you still wearing this stupid thing? Forget it, fortunately, you are still wearing it. His eyes moved up again. Hey, you silly cute girl, don't you know how to cover your shyness with your hands? Gradually, his eyes returned to Enchanting's face. Chen Guang found that something was wrong. Her face was a bit strange, as if she had been brushed with a layer of vermilion paint. Her breathing gradually quickened. Wait, why is there wind in this bathroom? It's strange. Damn, is her internal energy going to be out of control? Thinking about it carefully, it was very likely. Chen Guang suddenly felt creeped out. Although she looked delicate, she was really at the peak of bone strength. If she completely lost control and slapped his face, how could he survive? Before he could think about it, Chen Guang shrank his neck and sat back in the bathtub. He shouted, "Oh, it's strange. My eyesight has become so bad recently. I can't even see my fingers in front of me." Enchanting. Enchanting, where are you? Help your director get the towel. He was talking nonsense, which was to remind Enchanting, the little loli, that the person in front of her was her big chrysanthemum boss. Don't mess around. Finally, Enchanting's eyes gradually returned to normal, and her breathing slowly calmed down. She didn't scream anymore. She just silently bent down to grab the bath towel and wrapped it around her body again. She said to herself in her heart, Enchanting. You have to calm down. You must calm down. Chen Guang wasn't responsible for this. She was the one who bumped into it. He was also a victim. That's right, the director is the victim. I was possessed and wanted to peek at his cultivation method. That's why I'm like this now. Little Enchanting. Keep it up. It's okay. The sky hasn't fallen yet. I won't get pregnant just by looking at him, and I won't lose a piece of flesh just by being looked at by him. As a talented girl with dreams and dreams, I will always have to face difficulties one after another in order to overcome all obstacles in my path of martial arts. Today's matter is just a small stumbling block in my long journey to bring the Thousand Despair sect to greater heights. Enchanting nodded, clenched her fists, and cheered herself on. She said to herself in her heart, Master. Your disciple will not let you down. The Thousand Despair sect will definitely rise again. What's this small setback? It's not like I'm really serving him in bed. Then, she finally noticed that the bathwater was almost completely leaking out of the bathtub. Did he change the bath water? Why isn't it the color of the medicinal bath anymore? Did you change the water? She asked casually as she wrapped the towel around her body again. She had calmed down and was no longer as flustered. Chen Guang was still lying in the bathtub, not daring to get up. He said in a muffled voice, "Not yet. Hurry up and get out." "I have to get up." "What?" "He didn't change the water." "Impossible." Enchanting cried out in shock again. Chen Guang felt a headache coming on. All right. Hurry up and get out." "How did you train just now? Even if it's the painting manual, it's impossible. Are you a sponge or something? This is medicine, not red ink. You're not activated charcoal." Enchanting could not help but be shocked. This was completely different from her impression of a martial arts practitioner soaking in a medicinal bath. Left with no choice, Chen Guang stretched out one of his legs and slowly got up. He pointed at his crystal-clear foot and said, "Yes, it's just as you imagined. I'm a martial arts genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. In just a short while I've already mastered the heaven-crippling leg." Bang! All the medicinal effects have been absorbed by my foot. As he spoke, he mischievously bent his toes. Heaven-crippling leg. Enchanting looked at his foot in confusion. She was shocked when she saw it. Oh my God! What kind of foot was that? His skin was crystal clear as if it was made of jade. Every inch of his muscles and veins looked perfect and flawless. God's foot. Bang! What kind of foot could make the eldest disciple of the Thousand Despair sect, who had reached the pinnacle of bone strength at such a young age, feel so ashamed that he wanted to cripple his own martial arts? Enchanting sucked in a breath of cold air and blinked furiously. She could not believe what she was seeing. A martial artist's talent in practicing martial arts was usually described by the word bone. After all, even if two children practiced the same skill, some could activate their inner strength in half a year, while others could not achieve anything even after practicing for their entire lives. Of course, there was a difference in bone structure. If one's bone structure had to be given a mark, 100 marks would be the full mark. Enchanting was prepared to give herself 90 marks. She gave the genius of the Wen family, Wen, 99 marks. However, when the same thing happened to Chen Guang, it became extremely strange. When they first met, Chen Guang had used his unique pair of Qilin arms to perform the invincible dart technique, which made Enchanting fall head over heels for him. This time, her outlook on life was changed by Chen Guang again. Chapter 592. Disregarding all the other parts of Chen Guang's body, if Enchanting were to evaluate Chen Guang's innate talent on his Qilin arms, she would give him 200 points. The extra 100 points would allow him to be proud as much as he wanted. After all, only the bone structure of his arms was amazing. He would be thankful if he could get 60 points for the other parts. Anyway, with his current age and the level of his completely uncoordinated bone structure, it was impossible for him to cultivate inner strength to a great extent. But now, Chen Guang's so-called heavenly cripple feet that had come out of the bathtub had completely overturned Enchanting's previous understanding. That's right, although she didn't know how this guy cultivated the painting scroll, his bone structure of the heavenly cripple feet was off the charts. It would definitely surpass the full score and go straight to 200 points. Enchanting felt like she had seen a ghost. She had never seen anyone whose bone structure could change. Even if it could really be trained, how could his body change in different parts and stages? What kind of demonic method was this? Did you think I didn't understand science? It wasn't that her eyes were unparalleled in the world. It was just that Chen Guang's heavenly cripple feet were too perfect and flawless. As long as it was a normal martial artist, they would be blinded by the brilliance that only belonged to geniuses. It was Chen Guang's fault for scaring people to this extent. He had just cultivated the strongest heavenly cripple feat in history and was already showing off. Otherwise, when he had settled down a little and the skin on his feet had been slightly tanned, the changes in his bone structure wouldn't have been so glaring. How is it? Isn't it amazing? Chen Guang lay in the bathtub and shook his feet like he was showing off a treasure. He couldn't hide it from her anyway. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the bathtub and hugged onto his feet. What? What are you doing? Enchanting's face appeared again. She looked at Chen Guang's feet with an intoxicated expression. Perfect, too perfect. She actually moved her face closer to Chen Guang's feet. Get out. Get out of here. Old Master Guang was so frightened by her that he cried. She was such a good loli, but she had gone crazy just like that. After much effort, Chen Guang finally managed to put on his shorts. He walked out of the bathroom with his bare feet, feeling uneasy. He felt that Enchanting was sick, very sick. He had to take her to see a psychiatrist tomorrow. In fact, he had intended to wear slippers, but when he stepped down, he felt that his instep was a little itchy. He crossed his feet and wanted to rub them a little, but the slippers immediately broke into pieces. He had just mastered his ultimate skill and was not yet familiar with it. It was only natural for him to lose control a little. Ah! Brother Chen Guang, what are you doing? Chen Guang had just stood in the living room and was about to drink some water to calm himself down when he heard Enchanting scream behind him. Chen Guang turned around. This person was about to go crazy. Can't you just take a break? Can we not be so jumpy? Even if I don't have a heart attack, I'm scared to death by you. Impossible. Enchanting waved her hand fiercely and stood in front of Chen Guang angrily. Chen Guang shrank back. It seems that I have no choice but to use my ultimate skill now. You forced me to do this. He silently put on the headphones, which were super soundproof. That was how confident he was. However, Enchanting suddenly pushed him onto the sofa, making him sit down. Then, she rushed to the shoe rack and took out a pair of fur slippers for winter and forced them on Chen Guang. Don't take them off. If I find out that you hurt your feet like this again, I'll fight it out with you. Enchanting, who had already changed into her cute pajamas, said. She twisted her small waist and walked towards her room. Just as she was about to enter the door, she suddenly turned around fiercely and stared at Chen Guang's feet. There seemed to be some jealousy and pity in her eyes. What a good pair of feet, what a good pair of arms, sigh. Why did they grow on your body? What a waste of resources. Holding her chest, Enchanting completely forgot about the embarrassing incident of the two of them facing each other naked in the bathroom. She was only thinking about the good pair of feet and arms with 200 bones. Her heart ached, it was extremely painful. Chen Guang was indignant. What do you mean by it's a waste of resources on my body? Your dog eyes, no, Lolita eyes are looking down on me. However, Enchanting had already slammed the door shut. She threw a dirty look at him as if she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Chen Guang looked at the time. It was already 6 in the evening. Enchanting had to go out to buy takeout in a while, so he used this time to talk to Little Tsong about the solo competition. Little Tsong, who had been eagerly waiting for the live stream to explode, almost jumped out of the car in excitement when he heard that he was finally willing to return to the scene and stream games. Even the sadness of being stuck on the overpass at Yanjing Zizamen had been diluted. Previously, with Chen Guang, the number of registered and active users of Bamboo live streaming had increased several times. Recently, because of Chen Guang's silence, these mobile users had gradually cooled down and returned to their respective platforms. This was the current situation of the live streaming industry. An excellent and powerful live streamer often represented hundreds of thousands or even millions of users. A live streamer at the level of Chen Guang represented millions of active users. The number of users was money. It was the traffic of the live streaming platform, and it was the foundation that the platform relied on to raise its value when it raised funds. Therefore, some of the top live streamers could easily have a contract worth tens of millions a year. Although the entire industry was not small, no one could deny the amazing ability of the top live streamers to make money. Little Tsong was more anxious than anyone else that Chen Guang, the pillar of bamboo live streaming, was not broadcasting. However, the contract that Chen Guang signed with him was not a normal live streamer contract at all. Little Tsong had no restrictions on Chen Guang's live streaming, which meant that he could broadcast if he wanted to, and Little Tsong could not do anything if he did not want to. Moreover, because of the relationship between Chen Guang and Zhong Bai, and the fact that Chen Guang had appeared at the Yanjing Youth Hall's dinner some time ago, there were rumors in a small circle that his status was now directly connected to the Zenith star. Little Tsong wanted him to resume broadcasting, but he did not dare to call to urge him. He only dared to ask Zhong Bai about Chen Guang's news. Zhong Bai was also very busy recently. In addition, Chen Guang was in Shun's special training camp. When Zhong Bai asked him, he could only say that he was in a very special place and could not say much about it to the outside world because of a confidentiality agreement. Just like that, poor Xiao Tsong had to wait until today. The longer he delayed the resumption of the broadcast, the lower the traffic on the entire platform would be. As a result, he had to create some Hello Goddess reality show to boost his popularity. Little Tsong was overjoyed when he heard Chen Guang's call. He was like rain after a long drought. "Bro, let me tell you, this competition is good. Don't worry, bro. You don't have to worry about anything. I'll take care of it for you. I promise I'll make it a big project for you, with high popularity and high attention." Little Tsong thumped his chest loudly. Chen Guang was also happy that this bro was so understanding. "Bro Tsong, you're awesome." Little Tsong chuckled. "Of course. Oh right, what kind of situation do you want this competition to be? Are you going to participate from the beginning to the end? Although I don't play Dota much, I heard that you're invincible. If you also participate from the beginning to the end, there doesn't seem to be any suspense in this competition." As expected of one of the leaders of the esports circle, Little Tsong knew his stuff. Invisible flattery was the most lethal. Master Guang was caught off guard and fell for it directly. "That's right. That's the logic. So, let's do it this way." The two of them muttered for a long time and quickly decided on the rules of the competition. Since it was a global competition, of course, they had to include the 4 regions of global Dota. Each region would have an average of 4 spots for the finals. It was completely open and free to register. Both professional and amateur players were allowed. Before the top 128 were decided, each region would implement a single elimination system. From the top 128 to the top 64, it would be a best-of-3 system. From the top 64 to the top 4, it would be a best-of-5 system. After the top 4 were decided, there was no need to continue competing to determine who was better. From all over the world, 16 top players who were selected would come to the 5 capitals together to participate in the final Throne Challenge. That's right, Throne. Naming was so domineering and unreasonable. This time, Chen Guang had learned his lesson. He didn't care about the consequences. He was going for the fame and shouting out his slogan. It didn't matter if they doubted him or flamed him on the internet. As long as he won in the end, it would be a well-deserved victory. All the doubts would naturally become firmer beliefs the moment the dust settled. It was better to be called arrogant and crazy. With controversy, there would be topics. With topics, there would be attention. With attention, there would be fame, and faith would follow. Other than these 16 selected players, there were also 4 spots for voting for the contestants. The global voting would allow many fans to vote for the professional players they wanted to participate in the competition. In the end, there were a total of 20 contestants for the Throne Challenge. The competition rules for the final stage were very simple and crude. It was the rules of the solo competition that Chen Guang had thought of previously. These 20 contestants would fight him one after another for a maximum of 3 days. Everyone would have 10 chances to challenge him. In these 10 solo matches, as long as any one of them won once, they would get 100,000 USD in cash. Of course, it didn't matter even if they lost all of them. As long as they could make it here and stand on the final stage, the 100,000 USD would be placed in front of them first. I'll give you the money. Take it well, then in order to win more money, you can challenge the throne. The so-called throne was Chen Guang himself. He wanted to use dazzling cash to throw all those esports superstars or young geniuses in front of him. Then, he would shamelessly step forward. The old man would stand on the throne. The old man would pay for you to challenge me. Initially, when Little Tsong heard Chen Guang's crazy and shameless rules of the solo competition, he and his companions were shocked. Isn't this a little too arrogant? Chen Guang said nonchalantly, what's there to be arrogant about? I'm the one paying for the prize money. Now that I'm the #1 in the Celestial Stairway server, I have to be the best in the world. If anyone isn't convinced, then come and challenge me. Competition doesn't depend on words. Whoever can defeat me will be the best. Chapter 593. Xiao Zong thought about it and agreed. You have too much money to burn, you're the one with the bigger face. Since you're the one organizing the competition, you can have whatever rules you want. You'll be the one paying the prize money anyway, right? A solo competition with a minimum prize of $100,000 per person was indeed unprecedented. Damn, luckily I didn't say I'd help him pay the prize money. Although I'm quite a prodigal myself, I'm a little ashamed to lose to him like this. Coupled with the hate-inducing competition name and format, Xiao Zong was elated just thinking about it. Full marks for the publicity effect. Thank God for giving me such a shameless partner. I thought I was shameless enough, but compared to him, I, the internet celebrity, am really low-key and reserved. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have come up with such a domineering name. Throne? I'm embarrassed for him. So, it's decided? Xiao Zong finally asked. Chen Guang grunted heavily. It's decided. In a sense, Chen Guang was indeed very arrogant. He only prepared to take out $2 million as prize money. He didn't plan to lose a single match. For the faith, he was going all out. What are you doing? You're smiling so happily. What are you up to? Enchanting, who was about to leave after changing her clothes, looked up and saw Chen Guang's wretched smile. Chen Guang coughed. Nothing. Don't think too much. Enchanting nervously pinched her collar and walked to the door, sticking to the corner of the wall. Stop hiding. Xiaolongbao, appraisal complete. Enchanting blushed again, but she wasn't angry. She opened the door and ran away. That night, Chen Guang started to register a Smurf account and started to practice his mid-landing skills. Although he had already proven his strength, every version was a god. Since the last time, the Dota Tower had been updated 3 or 4 times. The V Club had raised the file in their hands and used the method of rolling dice to randomly pick someone. Even someone as strong as Chen Guang had to get used to it. He hadn't played games for a long time, so he immersed himself in it. He planned to lose and sleep. When he came back to his senses, it was already morning. It was already past 8 the next morning. An undefeated life was as lonely as snow. At this time, Chen Guang finally experienced the happiness of a university student summer vacation. Eat, drink, play, sleep, and be carefree. After eating the breakfast that Xan Qin brought back downstairs, he lay comfortably on the bed and went to sleep. Not long after he fell asleep, Xiao Tsong had already mobilized his team overnight and started a huge promotional campaign online. Not only did Chen Guang provide the prize money for the competition, but he also gave Bamboo Live exclusive rights to the entire world. If Little Tsong didn't provide sufficient publicity, he would be going against his conscience. The strongest player in history, the king of all servers, standing proudly at the peak, waiting for you to battle. The Battle of the Kings, 2 million USD, I'm waiting for you. The Battle of the Pinnacle, 2 million USD, is waiting for you, 100,000 US dollars for entering the finals, 100,000 US dollars for every win. If they entered the finals, they would receive 100,000 US dollars. If they won a match, they would receive another 100,000 US dollars. A total prize pool of up to 22 million US dollars. Refreshing esports. Starting now. All-round Superman, the insolent declaration of a world-class internet celebrity, who dares to fight me. Promotional posters with similar titles flew all over the place overnight. Be it domestic or internationally sports websites, they all fought to have this huge headline. In an instant, the news of the global Dota Solo Throne Challenge sponsored by Chen Guang and organized by Bamboo Culture sprouted in every corner of the esports circle. Not long after, the news of China's all-round Superman, Chen Guang, paying out of his own pocket to organize a solo challenge appeared on the homepage of various major websites. It might not be the headline, but it was at least the first screen in red. Some information portals categorized it under the gaming category, some placed it under a separate esports category, and some placed it under social information. The most outrageous one was that he actually placed it under legal news. No one knew what he was thinking. The spread of information was naturally spontaneous and contagious. Gradually, the major official information platforms could not resist the temptation of breaking news. They took it as an eye-catching report and put it on the table. Weibo, Tiba, and other forums were also gradually exploding. In the 7 to 8 hours that Chen Guang slept, not just the Dota circle, but the entire esports circle and even the ordinary netizens were blinded by the shocking news that he had created. Not only were the ordinary players excited, but even the professional players were shocked. The prize money was small, but the face was big. Although your celestial stairway score is so high that it makes people's hair stand on end, we have to admit that you are indeed extraordinarily strong after seeing your actual record of rushing your score. We indeed have no way to counterattack you on the celestial stairway, but you can't just not give us any face, can you? Even if you're really strong, how can we professional players survive in this circle if you say it so shamelessly? Can you still raise your head and be a human? You're 2F** king arrogant. Esports players were young and frivolous, usually they wouldn't give in to anyone, not to mention Chen Guang's blatant act of slapping everyone's faces. Needless to say, the anger of the professional players and the young geniuses didn't need to be mentioned. To ordinary gamers, they were more concerned about the prize money that seemed to be at their fingertips. As long as they could make it to the finals, they would have 100,000 US dollars, which was equivalent to 600,000 renminbi. It was enough to buy a down payment for a house in a second-tier city, or a luxury car. It was obviously extremely difficult for an ordinary gamer to become a professional player. First, you had to have a team and a group of like-minded teammates. Only then would you be able to take the first step on the cruel path of esports. But even if you bravely tried, if you couldn't produce results and win the championship, you could only suffer for a few years under the disdain of your family and the lack of understanding from your friends and relatives. You wasted your youth for nothing. You could only remember the sadness you felt when you trained day and night, but no one knew how hard you worked. In the end, you would still be laughed at by others. Look, this is him. Addicted to games, idling around, not studying properly, not even working properly at his age. Now he's a useless person, isn't he? But Chen Guang's solo competition was different. It showed results quickly, he didn't need teammates, and the prize money was there. As long as you had the ability, as long as you had the dream, as long as you dared to try, as long as you could stand in the finals of his throne challenge, the $100,000 would be yours. This wasn't even the limit. What if I could really win $1 million? What if a genius like me was stronger than him? What if I could beat him to a pulp and win 10 rounds in a row? It was hard to say if I would walk on the path of esports, but who could resist the temptation of $1 million? That day at 2 p.m., the Throne Challenge preliminaries officially registered. There was no age limit, no identity limit, no region limit, no gender limit, no ladder limit. As long as you had a dream, as long as you had an account, you were waiting for the battle. An hour later, the number of people registering for the Chinese competition exceeded 100,000. The number of people registering for the American competition exceeded 50,000. The number of people registering for the European competition exceeded 100,000. The number of people registering for the Southeast Asian competition exceeded 20,000. The official server of the competition that Bamboo Culture had rushed out overnight crashed 3 times. But this was still not the end. It was just the beginning. Gradually, even some esports players from other games were passionately participating. They were busy registering their game accounts. They didn't care about anything else. I'll start training now. I'll start learning now. I'll register first. What if I'm an unawakened genius? What if I win? Nothing in the world is difficult. It's just a matter of luck. Quite a few of them actually had such thoughts. At 3 p.m., the number of people registering in the country exceeded 250,000. The total number of people registering worldwide reached 700,000. Overnight, the most shameless, and prodigal esports competition in history swept through every corner of the online world like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Xiao Chong had been waiting in the company. Seeing the number of registered users skyrocketing, he was so happy that his mouth almost split open. He was quick-witted. He tied the registration account of the competition's official website to the login account of Bamboo live streaming. Every additional person registering meant 1 additional registered user. Boss! The server can't hold on any longer. Get 2 more people from the technical department to come over. No matter what, try your best to protect the solo competition's official server. Get the specialized team to work harder and quickly create the second page for me. Boss! The special task force is already exhausted. Ah! Aren't they still dead? Then continue to suppress them. Wait until they're dead. Boss! The foreign live streaming station wants to discuss the authorization. Okay, let them talk to me directly. The price is negotiable, but my request, no, it's Brother Chen Guang's request is that the money is negotiable, but the publicity resources must be able to keep up. Boss! Soy Milk, Shan Qi, and Quan Ming want to discuss the authorization with us. What do you say? Xiao Chong hesitated for a few seconds. Tell them to scram. Only Bamboo live streaming is allowed in the country. Oh right, someone from Central TV Department 5 came over just now. They said that if Chen Guang wins, they want to produce and broadcast a documentary. They want the authorization and the rights to the documentary will belong to them. What? Little Tsong stood up from his chair. What's going on? Although the voices of ordinary people wanting to have esports broadcast on Central TV were getting louder and louder, the orthodox Central TV rarely gave in. Today, they actually took the initiative to declare that they wanted to make a documentary. This was not something that could be achieved with money. It was like a pie falling from the sky. The heavens had opened their eyes. Boss, do we agree? Of course we agree. How can we reject? That's Central TV we're talking about. When he was done with all the work, Little Tsong sat back in his chair, feeling a little uneasy. He thought to himself, Brother Chen Guang, you really have to win all the way this time. Whether or not I can get a free ride to Central TV will depend on this. He opened Weibo again and browsed Chiba. His eyebrows jumped. The scolding is really bad. Usually, he only used Weibo and did not browse Chiba. He especially did not pay attention to Dota Bar. But this time, as the organizer of the competition, and it was related to whether bamboo live streaming could rise, Xiao Chong paid more attention to public opinion than usual. Looking at the natural explosive rhythm of Weibo and Tiba forums, Xiao Chong had goosebumps. He wondered if the news that he had hired someone to write was too arrogant, and inadvertently helped Brother Guang attract a lot of hatred. The ones who reacted the most fiercely were some professional players. These people trained hard for more than 10 hours every day. They staggered on the road of esports with tears and sweat all the way. It was fine if they were suppressed by others in the ladder, but they also acknowledged the strength of an all-rounder. But this time, you're really too arrogant. There has never been a lack of geniuses in this world. Why do you think you're the best in the world? For example, the well-known veteran player Burning Broke publicly said on his Weibo, esports is not fought with words. For professional players, it's not impossible, but top players train at least 8 hours a day. How much time do they have left to play solo and rush up points? There's no harm in being low-key. Another well-known player's temper was even more explosive. I quite admired him at first, but isn't he too arrogant? Come to the base and try. Do you believe that the main players of the first team can just draw lots and line up to kill them? Do you believe that they can beat you until you're satisfied? Esports Poison Milk Little Car was also watching the fun. Netizens usually only see the glorious side of professional players. They always boast about being a passerby king, but how many passerby kings have really achieved results? Without professional training, relying on a bit of talent, what else do you have besides being rich and willful? I, Little Car, have never admired anyone but you. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Fighting the world alone, go. Poison Milk Wang Sudong. Poison Milk Color, I have high hopes for him. Go Brazil. Iesima, I like this player a lot. I want to be his teammate. Our mid is an idiot. There were countless similar heated discussions. In this scorching summer, when the International Invitational Tournament was in full swing, the most arrogant solo competition in history had ignited everyone's emotions. As public figures, even though the pro players and commentators weren't happy, they still held back their words. The netizens in Tiba, forums, and live stream comments were the real deal. Retard, farming points to climb the ladder, relying on actors the whole time. Is it that great to be rich? The strongest 3 ice in solo, no explanation needed. All-round superhuman eating sh*t. Babayev is the strongest. Pft. Ti4's Tony is the strongest. The invincible Parker is the strongest. My miracle bro has something to say. Old driver Deng Di is the strongest. The #1 butcher in history. The number one beauty in esports, Si Shanling, is not convinced. Invincible in TI2. The world runner-up, Yin Yang Luo, is not convinced. My hero Luo is the best. I, Damon Pai, destroy 3 and fly with you. Shadow Demon's title, Ice Frog's recognition. All-round superhuman is nothing. I, RTZ. Forget it, you guys have a good chat, I'll go first. Anyway, I've bragged too much about the all-round superhuman. I've already signed up for a solo ranking of 6,000. I can't get up 10,000, it's all my teammates' fault. Give me a normal teammate, and I'm already at 16,000. 16,000. F***CKU. We destroyed one of our own tanks. Sorry I went to the wrong place, I'm going back to Titan Bar. Wind card, number 1 in the world. The meat muffin is super delicious, whoever eats it will know. I welcome everyone to try the God of Creation brand beef cubes. Halal users should leave, I won't take the blame. All-round superhuman shameless, maintain the formation downstairs. The people above are all trash, it's also because my Demon King Feek doesn't play Dota, otherwise, it would be your business. All-round superhuman shameless, maintain the formation downstairs. Let the dog win. All-round superhuman shameless, maintain the formation downstairs. No matter what you think, I don't think he can win Wang Xiaoya, although he's already a blue cat now. Leave. All-round superhuman shameless, maintain the formation downstairs. Of course, not all of them were scolding Chen Guang. After all, there were still some rational, brainless fans who felt that his actions were too cool. Who said that Chinese people had to be low-key and reserved? If he had the ability, he had to show it. Why low-key? In today's world where everyone liked to show off, wouldn't confident people be more handsome? Anyway, I'm Brother All-Rounder's brainless fan, I don't give in to anyone but him. All-round husband, F***CK me, Dolly. It's not his fault that he's rich, he worked hard to earn it, and his all-round husband isn't a rich second generation. You guys hate the rich. When are you bringing me to eat spicy soup, hubby? According to reliable sources, Brother All-Rounder's family owns a hot pot chain, and he's a shareholder of Heideleo. No wonder Heideleo's service is so good, I like Heideleo. Xiao Tsong browsed Weibo, forums, and Tiba for an entire afternoon. He was also drunk, the husband image that he had painstakingly built up for so many years was completely destroyed by Chen Guang in just one day. Alright, in a sense, he was more handsome than him, and his image was more positive, but it wasn't easy for me, Xiao Tsong, okay? At 5 in the afternoon, Chen Guang finally called Xiao Kong. Chen Guang, who was still lying on the bed, asked in a daze, Brother Tsong, how's the situation now? How many people do you think will sign up for the competition the day after tomorrow? Xiao Tsong silently looked at the data sheet, almost speechless. Although the growth of the number of people was starting to decline, when the registration deadline at noon the day after tomorrow, the total number of people signing up would definitely exceed 1 million. It was almost catching up to the total number of people online in the global Dota. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. There might be many reasons why the number of people signing up was so explosive. Chen Guang himself was a rather famous internet celebrity, and the overly arrogant competition rules and high prize money brought a lot of attention to the competition. The registration method that didn't have any threshold made the registration become a carnival, a trendy trend. There were millions of online players in Dota, but the actual number of players was far more than that. Other than that, there were also many players from other games who downloaded the app and signed up. Anyway, there was no registration fee, and they didn't lose anything even if they lost, so they just treated it as fun. In a sense, Chen Guang was really fighting against the whole world alone this time. 1 million. Xiao Tsong said heavily. Chen Guang pouted. Only 1 million, it doesn't seem very convincing. Can the faith points explode? What? Xiao Tsong was confused. Chen Guang coughed twice. Nothing, nothing. Brother Guang, let me tell you, are you still not satisfied? The way things turned out this time really can't be replicated, there are many coincidences in it. After all, you're already very famous, the prize money is so high, and your attitude is so arrogant. You yourself have a record of 10 million on Dota, and I have some publicity strategies too. Anyway, it's just that big scale. Without any of these factors, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Do you really think that 1 million people is a small number? Alright, it's not a small number, thank you for your hard work. Quickly go online and take a look, the pace now is a little fierce, don't scold me later. If you have any complaints about the publicity strategy, let me know, I'll change it immediately. My publicity is a little. Xiao Tsong actually wasn't very confident. When he first decided on the publicity strategy, he didn't think much about it, and just followed his previous habits and set the tone based on how to hype things up. In the end, now that the public opinion had exploded, he was quite worried that it would make Chen Guang unhappy, so he said it in advance to say it out first, so that he wouldn't have to hide the knot in his heart. After waiting anxiously for about an hour, Chen Guang finally called. Xiao Tsong looked at the name on the caller ID, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again. Forget it, an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. If it really made him unhappy, at most he would go to the 5 capitals to apologize, anyway, it's not like he hadn't been there before. How is it? Xiao Tsong asked nervously when the call went through. What? Chen Guang's loud voice came through. Xiao Tsong's heart instantly hung in midair. It's over. He's really unhappy. Ha! Xiao Tsong was even more nervous, pretending to be stupid. I thought you were bragging too much, what is this? Don't be so cowardly. Isn't it enough? Xiao Tsong stared, it's actually, still not enough. He thought he had already seen through Chen Guang, but now he realized that he really couldn't use common sense to judge this godly person. Wait for a while, I will personally write a draft for you. Take it and send it, and just use my tone to say it. Don't panic, you won't lose. An hour later, Xiao Tsong looked at the draft in front of him with the title, Hello everyone, I'm Chen Guang, I'm the best, if you're not convinced, come and fight me, and was completely dumbfounded. It was a declaration of war of 1,000 words, and every line and every word was filled with a sense of supremacy. It was clearly telling everyone that the old man was just that arrogant, that he was just that arrogant, that if they weren't convinced, then come and participate in the competition, come and fight me. Boss, are we really going to send this out? We'll get beaten up, right? Xiao Tsong gritted his teeth, send it. Why not? It's a draft written by Brother Guang himself, send it out. At this moment, many of the top professional players participating in the International Invitational Tournament couldn't sit still anymore. They had originally planned to have a good rest after the competition, but they were actually provoked like this. In the words of Gapbai, who was publicly recognized as one of the top 5 mid-laners in the world, I can't take it anymore. Chen Guang was also very sinister. After letting Xiao Tsong send out the draft, he didn't care about what was going on outside and only focused on exploring the new version. He locked himself in his room, like a real gaming geek, and played solo again and again. That night, he received a very strange overseas call. It was actually from his father. Chapter 594. Son, what have you been up to recently? Just now when we were shopping as a family, we saw 2 foreigners sitting on chairs in the park, cursing and swearing your name. At that time, I thought I had heard wrongly, but when I got closer, I realized that the two of them were really stabbing their iPads with all their might. There was your photo on it, and they were itching to stab your face. What's going on? It turned out that Chen Guang had caused too much of a ruckus this time. Translated versions of his articles had appeared overseas, and his international friends could not stand it anymore. Chen Guang was amused. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. It will die down in a few days. By the way, Dad, which park are you at? Don't even think about finding out where we are. School is about to start soon, so study hard. If you fail again next semester, I'll beat you to death. By the way, you have a lot of makeup exams to take, right? Fail one subject, men's singles once, fail 2 subjects, mixed doubles, fail 3 subjects, mixed fights of both genders, young and old. Do as you see fit. Chen Guoli hung up the phone with a bang. Chen Guang silently held his phone, his expression dull. What nonsense. The owner of the Holy Grail. The prophet right. The super internet celebrity. The chief instructor of Shund. The chief Taoist of Guangding. I am a man with a net worth of 200 million, a genius who is about to embark on the path of martial arts, Master Guang. You actually won't let me fail. Dad, aren't you being a little unreasonable? Do you know what kind of burden your son, is carrying right now? So what if I fail, won't it be fine as long as I have money? If you have the ability, come and hit me for real. Just as he was thinking about this, his phone rang again. He looked down and saw that it was a text from his mother. Son, as your mother, I know that you are capable now and have a promising future. But you can't relax. One is never too old to learn. Everything else is external, knowledge is the foundation. If you master mathematics, physics, and chemistry, you won't have to be afraid to travel the world. As a mother, I don't have high expectations. You have to at least get a graduation certificate, or you will regret it in the future. Think about how you will explain it to your own children in the future. Her father had been studying for decades, but he didn't even have a university diploma. I don't care if you participate in this competition or not. I won't ask about your relationship with Jean Shirue. As your mother, I only have one request, and that is to graduate well. Otherwise, I'll really hit you. This was his biological mother. Chen Guang silently held his phone. He was speechless. What are you guys afraid of? Graduation isn't that difficult. Although it was almost time for the makeup exam and I hadn't read for even a minute, with the old man's experience, it wasn't a problem at all. Otherwise, it would be better to ask if he could buy it if he failed. He probably wouldn't be beaten, right? Forget it, don't think about it anymore, or I'll get goosebumps all over my body. Then, he ate dinner, took a shower, and casually strolled around the internet. He looked at the reactions on the internet, looked at the game's update notes, and took a look at the live streams of other top mid-laners. In between, he received a few phone calls. Some were from Sun Xiaoxuan, some were from Zhuo Jingxi. The 3 grandsons in the dorm were all more excited than the other. They couldn't wait to fly to his side right now and witness the birth of a miracle with him. Jiang Yage also called. She actually asked Chen Guang if she and Jean Shirue needed to add fuel to the fire. Chen Guang hurriedly said that it was okay. If Jiang Yage hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten that he was still Jean Shirue's boyfriend to the public. It didn't matter what happened outside, but if it reached old Master Jin's ears and he, the so-called prince consort, acted so arrogantly in public, it would tarnish the Jean family's reputation. It was fine if he did it quietly, but if old Master Jean jumped out to beat him up, it would be a big joke. There was another person who he didn't expect to call. It was Lu Fei, who he hadn't seen for a long time and missed. Chief Lu, who was rumored to lose hundreds of millions of dollars a year, seemed to have just finished something important. As a League of Legends player, she also paid attention to the esports circle. It was said that she had once planned to form a female team, but because she couldn't find a satisfactory team member, the matter was left unsettled. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you suddenly made such big news. Global Dota Solo Throne Challenge. It's so lively, and you didn't even report it to your sister Lu Fei. You heartless bastard. Did you find a new sweetheart, Jean Shirue, and forget about me, the good sister who gave you everything to eat up? As soon as the phone was connected, Sister Lu Fei, a veteran leather clothing enthusiast, vividly displayed her temperament of not stopping until she shocked people to death. Chen Guang felt wronged. He wanted to look for her yesterday, but Xan Qin delayed him. Today, she came to his door, and he couldn't explain himself. Oh. This. That. He was worried that he might have forgotten about Lu Fei, but now he had become the heartless person. It was so embarrassing. All right, don't stutter. I know there's nothing going on between you and Jean Shirue, I'm just joking with you. Besides, so what if there's something going on? First come, first served. I don't want any status, I just want to go crazy with you while I'm young, right? Let me be the little one. I'll be the big one. Lu Fei seemed to have sensed Chen Guang's awkwardness and took the initiative to help him resolve it. Chen Guang finally recovered. That. Between the two of us, it seems like we've only eaten less than half. There's still a distance of 30 centimeters from the standard of eating and leaving. Pfft. You have 30 centimeters. Wrap it around your waist. Oh, Sister Lu Fei, you know what's going on. I have high hopes for you. Stop joking with me. Let me ask you, what's with the solo competition? Is it really the competition that was written in the news? Why are you so thick-skinned? Chen Guang didn't agree. What do you mean thick-skinned? I'm speaking the truth. I'm one of the top almighties in the entire server. If I say I'm invincible, then I'm invincible. I have this diamond, why can't I do this? Alright, you call the shots if you're good. You're the boss if you're thick-skinned. But why are you only doing Dota? There are so many people playing League of Legends now, why don't you do League of Legends? You're letting me down. I'm afraid we'll fight on the spot. Besides, I don't know how to play League of Legends. It's fine if we don't have enough time this time. Anyway, if you continue to be so biased in the next esports competition, don't blame me for not letting you take advantage of me in the future. Lu Fei teased him for a while. She sounded like she was joking. Of course. I promise to take you flying in the future. After hanging up the phone, Chen Guang pressed the Q button. He really missed those crazy days in Xiangjiang with Lu Fei. It was just that after returning from Xiangjiang, although they had met up a few times, their lives and social circles didn't seem to have much interaction. She had been busy recently, and he wasn't free either. It was always difficult to find a suitable reason and opportunity to get together. Even Chen Guang himself felt that the relationship between the two of them would gradually drift apart over time. After all, he was a man. He always felt that Lu Fei allowed him to take advantage of her purely because he was taking advantage of her. Lu Fei would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. With a guilty conscience, he would worry about gains and losses, and he would feel that he owed others. Now, Lu Fei's call could be considered to have completely reassured him. As long as Lu Fei didn't mind, of course, he wouldn't have any obstacles. No matter how rich she was, just based on her hot body and straightforward personality, who wouldn't want to be friends with her? And it was a friend with benefits. Such a good friend couldn't be found even with a lantern, okay? Otherwise, when he returned, would he really go to the more comprehensive esports world in the One-Line Sky realm? It was just like the Language Master Cup. On the basis of English, it directly expanded the entire language system. For the esports world at the level of One-Line Sky, it would have to include LOL, Dota, StarCraft, Warcraft, Overwatch, Hearthstone, and so on. These were all related to esports, right? He felt that the most difficult of them must be Hearthstone. After all, the first one on his right hand belonged to the higher level of God-slapping dog, which involved the high-end category of luck. Forget it, don't think about those useless things. Hurry up and practice hard. Don't screw up in the gutter. Start now. Enchanting was actually quite distressed by the sad fact that her big boss had become a gaming geek. She was even more distressed that Chen Guang actually didn't practice the painting scroll anymore. How could she endure this? He had clearly suffered a great loss to witness the birth of this fellow's 200 bone god's leg breakers with his own eyes. Just when his longing for the painting scroll was at its peak, this fellow actually stopped practicing it. He stopped practicing without any hesitation. He even put the medicinal ingredients that Long Ding Tian gave him into a pile and didn't care about it at all. Enchanting was very anxious. Aren't you a genius? Aren't you in a hurry to master the godly technique so that you can help your Wen? How can you be lazy? And you're so thorough. You should give me a chance to secretly learn it. No, I must have overlooked something. Enchanting patted her head and suddenly realized something. That's right, he must have discovered that I wanted to secretly learn it, but he was afraid of hurting my reputation, so he didn't expose me. That must be it. That's right, how can someone's bones improve so much just by lying in the bathtub for a few hours and absorbing the medicine? The real magical thing is definitely not him, but the Wen family's painting scroll. He must have been practicing it normally, but he did it secretly behind my back. Although she felt very embarrassed and ashamed, Enchanting made a bold decision. That's right, since you secretly practiced it behind my back, I will secretly learn it behind your back. I owe you. At most, I will give myself to you after I master it. As long as I can break through the peak of bone strength as soon as possible and become the youngest skin strength expert in the history of the Thousand Despair sect, this price will be worth it. At most, I will just take it as being pricked by a nail. Although this nail is a little big. Therefore, in the next few days, Chen Guang discovered something that made his balls ache. Enchanting suddenly became strange. While he was playing games happily, a cold wind suddenly blew past. When he turned his head, he saw Enchanting hiding behind the sofa, staring at his feet like a hungry wolf peeping at its prey. Her eyes were glowing with a green light, and it was exceptionally scary. What are you doing? Chen Guang felt goosebumps as she stared at him. However, Enchanting screamed and immediately ran to her bedroom like a frightened rabbit. After a while, he finally won a game with great difficulty with one player and 3 teammates who were scolding each other. Chen Guang stretched his waist and felt a chill on his back again. He turned his head and saw that she was here again. Just when he wanted to say something to her, she would always look at him with pitiful eyes. It really made his heart soften so much that he didn't have the heart to say anything. 3 days later, the Global Dota Solo Throne Challenge qualifier officially began. Xiao Zong's continuous improvement of the competition's official server withstood the pressure and rationally distributed the millions of contestants around the world. Referring to the previous CDEC competition mode, they were selected by machine and invited to fight in pairs. The 3 grandchildren, Bai Nyangzi, Lin Jingwei, and Xiong Er, quickly fell in the 3rd or 4th round. On the other hand, Wen, who took time out of her busy schedule to participate in the qualifier, fought her way into the top 16 of the Huaxia region, and was eliminated by a professional player in the top 16. Finally, after 3 days of intense qualifiers, 2 professional players and 2 amateur geniuses stood on the stage of the top 4 of the Huaxia region. It had to be said that since ancient times, there were actually 2 non-professional geniuses in the top 4 of the country, which was indeed beyond Chen Guang's expectations. This wasn't a small competition. Almost all the top players in the country participated. Among the 2 professional players, one had even just returned from the final stage of the International Invitational Tournament and was feeling very good. To be able to fight their way out in such a cruel and intense competition, there was no need to doubt their strength. As for the other professional players, no matter whether they were convinced verbally or not, since they had fallen on the way to the final stage, they had to be convinced no matter how unconvinced they were. Of course, it wasn't like they had no chance at all. Chen Guang and Little Tsong had also left a voting channel for them, a total of 4 spots. Voting was also Chen Guang's clever move to further increase the participation of all the players and enthusiasts. With voting, there would be controversy, and naturally, there would be popularity. Don't you think you're the best in your heart? If your favorite contestant was eliminated because of one reason or another, either because he wasn't in good condition, or because he couldn't sign up for the competition in time, or because he ate something bad during the competition, any reason is fine. You can send him in and fight again. Come and vote. Send in the players you think are the best and let them stand in front of the old man. Have a good fight until you're convinced. In order to ensure the fairness of the voting and prevent vote rigging, there was a threshold for voting for the competition that didn't have a threshold for registration. One had to register with the V Club and have at least 100 competition records to ensure the fairness and openness of the voting to the greatest extent. Due to the time difference across the world, the Huaxia region was the first to end, and the other 3 regions also ended one after another. 5 days later, the final list of 20 players was confirmed. They would immediately set off for the 5 capitals of Huaxia to participate in the first global Dota Solo Throne Challenge, which had been brewing for a few days and had an influence all over the world. The potential prize money was as high as $22 million, and they would launch the fiercest battle against the self-proclaimed king of the competition, Chen Guang himself. The competition venue was set at the Duchuan Province Stadium. Even before the qualifiers began, preparations for the venue had already begun. At this time, the public opinion had gradually reached its peak. Any player who had the means, or was a die-hard fan of Chen Guang, or a die-hard hater of Chen Guang, such as the members of the Anti-Light Alliance, was already ready and waiting for the competition to begin. Even Wen almost couldn't help but join in the fun, but she couldn't make it in the end. The Wen family couldn't do without her now. On the night before the finals, Chen Guang, who was happily eating watermelon and watching television at home, welcomed 2 uninvited guests. Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage. According to Jiang Yage's original words, how can there not be an opening performance for such a big event? Look at the small celebrities that Bamboo Company invited. Even if you don't think it's cheap, I feel that it's not worth it for Sister Shiyue. So? Chen Guang asked anxiously into the phone. Jiang Yage chuckled. So, wait for the surprise tomorrow afternoon. Your left and right hand are giving you a free platform. Are you happy? Are you satisfied? Didn't you see that the opening ceremony introduction online has changed again? We informed Bamboo Company at the last minute and asked them to change it. He silently looked at the huge red title on the computer screen. Opening gift for the Throne Challenge, mystery guest descending from the sky. Mystery guest, your face is full of mystery. In addition, he didn't know why, ever since he was embarrassed by Jiang Yage in the toilet, although he was fascinated by her at that time, whenever he thought of her now, he would have a lingering headache. Why was this happening? He couldn't understand it no matter how he thought about it. He also wanted to do something with Jiang Yage, but he heard that her grandfather was quite a bluff and was even harder to deal with than old man Jean. If he made a mistake, he might be risked his life by others. Of course, what Chen Guang was most afraid of was that the paparazzi would take some shameful photos. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to face others in the future, and Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage wouldn't be able to raise their heads. This feeling was like walking on a tightrope without any protection. Below him was a steep cliff. It was twice as thrilling and thrilling. Chapter 595. Are you going to the competition today? Chen Guang asked Xie and Qin when they were about to leave the house early in the morning. I'm not going. What's so interesting about the game? If you have the time, why don't you practice for a couple of days? You're such a slacker. Do you think you're worthy of Miss Wen who gave you the painting scroll? Xie and Qin looked at Chen Guang as if she expected better from him, but in fact, she was unhappy that she couldn't learn the divine skills secretly. Chen Guang, on the other hand, didn't want to talk to someone who didn't know anything. What do you know? The old man is a genius. What is a genius? He can become stronger without training. That's a genius. Xie and Qin was infuriated by his naughty look. She really couldn't understand why this guy's legs inexplicably became so powerful. What was wrong with it? What was the reason? In the past few days, she had quietly told her master about this matter. Her master also said that she had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. In turn, she told her not to be overly suspicious all day long. Since she was now the deputy director of the general department, she should work hard and cooperate with the director's work. Times were different now. The people in power in China were more determined than they had imagined. Technology was advancing with each passing day, and the world was bound to change sooner or later. As a declining sect, the Thousand Despair sect had to take this opportunity to cooperate with the people in power as soon as possible. Only by occupying a position of power would they be able to rise in this turbulent era. At the very least, they could not afford to be left behind. Xie and Qin knew that her master was right. However, Chen Guang kept walking barefooted in front of her these days. She couldn't control the sneaky thoughts in her mind. How infuriating. Why did he do this? Should I ask him directly? Xie and Qin thought so, and she really did it. She glared at Chen Guang fiercely. Suddenly, she said without thinking, "Tell me your secret." Tell me. Is your secret to becoming stronger because of your bald head? Chen Guang was shocked. In a sense, that doesn't seem to be wrong. His hair had been swallowed by the deer flower, and then some inexplicable changes had happened to the deer flower's body. It just so happened to fill the gap left by the disappearance of the deity statue, allowing him to preserve his hard-earned faith points. With faith points, he could engage in special training, allowing him to become stronger. After a series of flawless, high-end inferences, even he himself came to a rather amusing conclusion. That's right, I became bald, so I became stronger. Really? Xie and Qin actually believed it. Chen Guang was frightened. What a pleasing little loli. If she really believed his nonsense, she would run off to shave her head and become a little nun. His sin would be too heavy. No. No such thing. I'm just spouting nonsense. Chen Guang waved his hand and shouted. I don't believe it. Xie and Qin looked at Chen Guang suspiciously and rubbed her hair with her fingers. She seemed to be very tempted. This time, Chen Guang was really scared. God of Loli, I'm sorry. Don't joke with me. I'm really scared. The veins on his forehead were bulging because of Xie and Qin's eager look at this time. The image of the little loli also becoming bald appeared in his mind, and he felt creeped out. On second thought, the little loli had been following behind him these days. She ran up and down to buy breakfast and take takeout. Previously, she helped to open the live broadcast and edit the video. She really did hard work without any credit. He always took advantage of her like this. If he didn't give any benefits in return, he wouldn't be able to live with his reputation. However, if he let her accept the commission training of the world within a cup like Shui Lin, thinking of the terrible mortality rate, he was very reluctant to put her in danger. For a moment, he was really in a dilemma. I'm not joking with you. My situation is special, but it has nothing to do with my hair. Think about it with your little brain. How could shaving your head make you stronger? Didn't that monk rule the world long ago? Chen Guang tried to communicate with Xan Qin. Unexpectedly, the little loli's big eyes widened. Even now, you still want to lie to me? I've been observing your hair for the past few days. Other people's bald heads are shaved. Even monks have to shave their heads once in a while. But yours isn't. I saw with my own eyes that your hair was inexplicably gone that day. At that time, I thought it was strange. Now that you've been bald for so many days, you haven't grown a single hair stubble. There must be something fishy about it. She seemed to be arguing with Chen Guang, but it was more like she was trying to convince herself. Chen Guang found that he couldn't win against her in an argument. No, I just instantly lost my hair because I was worried about the country and the people. Didn't you see that those great people's hairlines are quite high? It's just a coincidence. It's a complete coincidence. I said that if you become bald, you will become stronger. That's because I'm paying tribute to Saitama-sensei. I beg you, save your energy. At worst, when the time is right in the future, I'll think of a way to teach you something. Forget it. You listen to me. The first head of the Guangdong General Directorate's Order No. 1 is hereby issued. Deputy Director Xan Qin must protect her beautiful hair. Then, he quickly opened the door and ran away. He really couldn't stand the little loli's pitiful look. He couldn't teach her the painting scroll, let alone the heavenly Holy Grail. Although the old man was attracted by her little eyes, he really couldn't help her at the moment. He quickly drove out of the door in his Volkswagen. Halfway there, he stopped by the side of the road to pick up Wu Tong's call. Wu Tong had originally wanted to follow him into the battle against the Poison Clan, the Dark Clan, and even the entire Internal Forces. However, she was sternly rejected by Chen Guang. On the other side, Wu Shan also seemed to know some inside information. After some maneuvering, he simply made Wu Tong stay in Beijing and let her be the director of a district branch in Beijing. Although Wu Tong was young, she had risen to the position of deputy director like a rocket when she was in the Wenqing town branch. Then, she graduated from the Shun Special Training Camp with a special assessment. This was not an assessment result that could be obtained through the back door. There were as many as hundreds of students in each batch, and each of them was an elite and talented person. However, there were only 10 special assessment results. After ordinary graduates graduated, they would normally be promoted by one level. After passing the special assessment, they would be directly promoted by 2 levels. Wu Tong had made a lot of contributions before, and he was brave enough to fight. He also had Wu Shan to protect him. Coupled with his achievements as a special class student of the Shun Special Training Camp, it was reasonable for him to take over the position of the retired old cadre and become the director of the 1st District branch in Beijing. Perhaps some people would not be convinced, but that was a problem for Wu Tong to deal with and solve by herself. The purpose of Wu Shan's actions was also very simple. He wanted to put Wu Tong in an important position. He wanted her to be pinned on the fire and be anxious all day long. He did not give her free time, nor did he let her think about anything. At least, under the current chaotic situation, Wu Tong had to be completely removed from this matter. Of course, as a person who might ascend to the top in the future, Wu Shan could fully understand the determination of many old men as long as he deliberately asked around. He also firmly believed that the process might be a little difficult, or there might be a lot of twists and turns. It was even possible that some important people might lose their lives in this matter. However, the decision of the higher-ups had been made. This matter must be carried out. Even if they had to pay a price, they must laugh in the end. Wu Shan completely agreed with the decision of the higher-ups. It was time to let those arrogant people who had no regard for the law restrain themselves. As the head of Dechuan Province's political and legal organization, he was also mentally prepared to shed blood for this matter. However, it was his own daughter. There was really no need to let her follow Qin Guang directly into the innermost part of the entire maelstrom. Wu Shan faintly regretted it. He had originally thought that Qin Guang was just an ordinary student. Even if something embarrassing really happened between his willful daughter and her so-called younger brother, he had originally planned to let it go. After all, Wu Shan owed Wu Tong a lot in the first half of his life. Not long ago, he had even given up on her in his heart again, just like the choice he made when he lost his wife and child many years ago. Later, it was also Qin Guang who risked his life to save Wu Tong. Only then did Wu Tong escape danger and falsely claim the merit. However, when he suddenly looked back, this young man was already standing in the center of the storm. In this kind of battle, whether it was Wu Shan or Wu Tong, they could not play any decisive role. Therefore, Wu Shan's previous conviction was shaken. At least before the dust settled, he hoped that Wu Tong would stay as far away from Qin Guang as possible. How about I resign? I really want to come back to Wu Jing. I always feel that my dad did it on purpose. He suddenly put me in this position, and I'm so busy all day that I don't even have time to breathe. Wu Tong's voice sounded very tired on the phone. Qin Guang hurriedly persuaded her, "Don't, sis. Just stay here and don't worry. I already told you that the sky won't fall here. It's really not as complicated as you think. As long as I master the 18 subduing dragon palms, all those inner force experts, this school, and that school are all trash. How can it be as mysterious as that stupid Sing Yongtai brags? One slap and everything will be settled. When did you learn the 18 subduing dragon palms again? You keep bragging. You're always up to no good. This is really bragging, but I also think that you really shouldn't come back. This is such a good opportunity, I must do it well. I can't be the second generation of a government official, and I'm not a great third generation either. But I have an elder sister who is a bureau chief, and it's such a big branch office. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Why? Because I have to walk sideways like a crab. Bah. Screw you. Fine, then I'll stay in this lousy district branch for now. I'll have to be transferred back sooner or later. That's good. I'll wait for you to be transferred back to cover for me to commit crimes. I'll be the first to sweep your yellow. I'll catch you once, and I'll catch you again. After joking around with Wu Tong for a long time, he finally managed to get her to settle down completely. He did not tell her that he had now become the director of the Special Affairs Bureau's Directorate General of Character Order, nor would he tell her that he was becoming stronger at the speed of light, and that he might one day step into the circle of martial artists to stir up trouble. It was better to let her know less so that she wouldn't have to worry needlessly. Qin Guang still didn't want Wu Tong to come back. At least for now, he and Wu Shan had the same idea. Chapter 596. Since he was involved, he had to bear it himself. This was not something that Wu Tong could handle. When everything was over, he could continue to study happily. At that time, his sister would return to the 5 capitals as the bureau chief of the Yanjing district branch. At the very least, it would be a peaceful transfer. The old man would really be the man under the protection of the bureau chief. No, it seems like I am the bureau chief. Forget it, my scheme is different from hers. My scheme is not open to the public, so it can't scare ordinary people. Her scheme is better. He drove directly to the Dechuan Provincial Stadium in the city. Looking at the magnificent decorations of the huge stadium, Chen Guang was quite satisfied. Hey! Look after it for me. You mustn't damage this statue. It cost a lot of money. If you damage it, there's no time to make it again. Little Tsong's noisy voice came over. Chen Guang turned his head to look. Pfft! What the hell did I just see? A 7-meter-tall statue. This was not important, but why did the face of the statue look exactly the same as the old man? Brother Little Tsong, you really know how to play. Looking at the similar hairstyle on the statue's head, then touching his bald head, Chen Guang teared up. He had accidentally poked a sore spot. Sigh, a head full of beautiful hair. Forget it. Don't think about sad things. Just be a happy little bald head and welcome a new life. Little Tsong had made such a huge statue to be placed in such a conspicuous place. It was more or less in line with Chen Guang's intentions. The effect of self-promotion and hype would definitely be outstanding. After all, not many people could be as shameless as him. Of course, there were also negative effects. There would definitely be people who would be unhappy. But this was a matter of opinion. Those who loved him would become more and more of his fans because of these things. Those who were unhappy with him would still blindly scold him even if he behaved himself with his tail between his legs. The crowd was panting as they moved the 7-meter statue made of an unknown material. When Chen Guang got closer, they just happened to place the statue at the main entrance of the provincial stadium. A person patted the dust off his hands and walked out from the back. As he walked, he said, "Little Tsong, you'll be right to listen to me. Brother Guang will be very happy when he sees this statue. Based on my understanding of him, since he's participating in this competition, he's definitely aiming to become famous. He's just like that. Once he decides to do something, he'll do it to the extreme. But wouldn't it be too high profile?" Little Tsong was a little uneasy. Chen Guang looked at this person and immediately understood. Who was so daring to act first and report later? His relationship with Little Tsong wasn't that close, but if it was Zhong Bai, then it was reasonable. Zhong Bai chuckled. "It's fine. At most, I'll just get beaten up." "Ha! Will I get beaten up?" Little Tsong was panicking. Zhong Bai chuckled. "Anyway, I'll just push the blame to you when the time comes. You're the organizer, and I'm just here to be your bystander." No wonder the temporary competition venue was built so quickly. It turned out that Zhong Bai, the local tyrant, had dragged Little Tsong into this mess. Chen Guang also noticed Wang Qing's figure not far away. The two princes of the 5 capital city were personally supervising the construction. With the efficiency of the local construction team, they could build a Roman city in 7 days. Setting up a competition venue was not a problem. Chen Guang was a little touched. True friends were like this. When they knew that you had things to do and needs, and they had the ability to do so, they would jump out to help you without saying a word. They would also not show off in front of you as if they were presenting a treasure. When you find out, you'll be moved. Aside from this overbearing statue being too eye-catching, there's nothing to nitpick about Zhong Bai's character. Chen Guang had to be careful not to kill Zhong Bai and leave him half dead. After that, Chen Guang coughed. Zhong Bai suddenly turned his head. "Ah! Brother Guang. What a coincidence." He first looked back at Chen Guang's beautiful hair on the statue, and then at Chen Guang's shiny bald head under the sun. He scratched his head with a face full of regret. It's not realistic enough. Why did you suddenly become bald? Realistic. I want you to be realistic. Chen Guang slapped Zhong Bai's head lightly. Zhong Bai snorted and slipped away. He shouted, "This is all little Tsong's bad idea. I'm just a bystander who is in charge of moving things." Bystander. I want you to be bystander. After a while, Chen Guang joined in the final construction of the venue. Domestic companies didn't have a lot of experience in organizing large-scale esports competitions. Last year's winter tournament became a laughing stock. Not long ago, the Earthquake Cup in Russia was even created by players. Have you learned how to be perfect? Perfect expressed that he did not want to learn. Because of this, Little Tsong specially found 2 project managers from abroad to control the entire process. He strived to organize the highest level of competition in the shortest time possible. Although Chen Guang's prize money for the competition was not small, the promotional resources that Little Tsong provided, as well as the expenses for organizing the competition, were also in the tens of millions. Venue rental, venue construction, ticketing system, the players' food and accommodation, the appearance fees of the guest performers and warm-up guests, the establishment and maintenance of the competition's official server, the labor costs of volunteers and staff, and so on. All these things piled together cost money like flowing water. But Little Tsong felt that it was worth it. In these few days, he forcefully tied the competition registration account to his Bamboo account, and it brought him millions of real registered users. Other than that, the popularity of Bamboo Live because of this matter made him rich. The daily PV traffic on the website increased by 30%, and this was under the situation where the finals had not yet begun. When the finals of Bamboo's Throne Challenge officially began, and there might be a series of follow-up effects after the competition ended, Little Tsong spent tens of millions of yuan to achieve an effect that he could not achieve normally. Other than that, the ticket income and the licensing fees for the foreign live broadcast rights were also quite a lot. After calculating the various factors, he could barely break even. The free appearance of his 2 left and right hands made Little Tsong even happier. One had to know that these 2 people did not participate in similar commercial activities, and they were completely priceless. But based on their current reputation and status in the industry, it was impossible to talk about it without at least 1 million yuan. But there was something that made Little Tsong's heart ache. He originally planned to set the ticket price at 100 yuan for the 3-day pass. The provincial stadium could accommodate 50,000 people at the same time, so he could earn at least 4 million yuan from the ticket price alone. In the end, Chen Guang cut him into 30 pieces and gave him a bottle of mineral water every day. Fortunately, the mineral water was sponsored by Yi Bao, or else Little Tsong would have lost a lot of money. Once again, he realized that the real prodigal emperor was not himself, but this big baldy. In the middle, Lu Fei came to say hello once, but immediately left in a hurry. Her family's chemical factory has recently been badly battered by the new environmental protection policy. As the internal successor of Lu's chemical industry, she now holds an important position and can no longer have any leisure time. At 2 p.m., the venue's layout was finally completed, and the opening ceremony's rehearsal was in full swing. His 2 left and right hands entered the venue in advance. Although they were working for free this time, they did not put on airs at all. One had to know that domestic celebrities who had reached the level of the left and right hands who participated in similar commercial activities, not to mention arriving early before the rehearsal, they were already giving enough face by stepping on the tail of the rehearsal to look at the stage a little longer. It was hard to find someone with such a good attitude. But the crowd did not find it strange. Jean Shuyue had not had any scandals for so many years, but now she had a boyfriend. Her boyfriend was organizing an event, and as half a wife, she should be there to support him. Seeing the two of them, Chen Guang came over with a smile. "You're here so early," Jiang Yage said, "isn't that so?" Sister Shiriyue was afraid that we would mess up her man's event. Jean Shiriyue pretended to pinch Jiang Yage's waist. "You're so talkative." Then Jean Shiriyue took a step forward and made a hugging gesture, smiling sweetly. Chen Guang hesitated for less than 2 seconds, squeezed out a happy smile on his face, and hugged Jean Shiriyue gently. His nose smelled the faint fragrance coming from Jean Shiriyue's body, and he comforted himself like this. They were acting. Although that was the case, the two's chests were tightly pressed against each other. There was no taboo at all, and there was no way to avoid it. It was a very standard intimate hug between people in love after a short separation. Jean Shiriyue's is also quite big, thought Chen Guang. Jiang Yage stood in the middle of the crowd, watching the two of them hugging each other, feeling sour in her heart. Jean Shiriyue gently hugged Chen Guang with a sweet look on her face. It was unknown whether it was her acting or her sincere action, but she looked at Jiang Yage out of the corner of her eyes and sighed silently. "Yage, I'm sorry." Chen Guang was also a little embarrassed at this time, but now he was the world's best actor. Of course, no one would find out if he interacted intimately with Jean Shiriyue in public, but it was just a simple hug. Why didn't she let go? Your best friend is looking at me with eyes that want to eat people. Don't make trouble. We'll go back to Yanjing after the opening ceremony tonight. This is our last day of vacation, and we have to work on the new album. Jean Shiriyue got closer and whispered in his ear. Chen Guang was embarrassed, but he didn't show it on his face. Thank you for your hard work today. You have to fly like this during the vacation. Jean Shiriyue smiled sweetly. It's okay. Grandpa asked me to bring you a message. What? What did he say? Did he think I was too arrogant? Chen Guang began to panic, but he was also a little happy. Old Master Jean, you finally have a problem with me. Don't like me so much. I'm not even close to your granddaughter. Grandpa said, it's them. Everyone is very satisfied with your performance as the director. They feel that you are very good at deceiving everyone. Now, the more active you are as the director, the more people trust you, and the more convenient it is for them to act. They originally wanted you to be more active and become more like a person in the entertainment industry, but you did so well yourself. God. Ma. To this, Chen Guang just wanted to say, I'm going to call the police. One more thing. In a few days, you won't be alone anymore. A group of people will come from Yanjing and set up a cultural company in the name of your identity as an internet celebrity. I won't talk about the details. In fact, this time Solomon and I came here mainly to talk to you face to face, in case the news is leaked. After saying that, Jean Shiriyue kissed Chen Guang's cheek gently, and then went backstage with Jiang Yage and a group of dancers. Chen Guang stood in the wind in confusion. No wonder she kept hugging him. It turned out that there was something serious to talk about. But you should change the time in private. There are so many people watching. Are you a real man? Your Jiang Yage's vinegar jar is about to be overturned, okay? No, Jiang Yage must know about it too. Sigh, poor Jiang Yage, poor Jean Shiriyue, poor me, the whole thing is filled with tragedy. Why did it turn out like this? I didn't want this, okay? He silently clenched his fists and thought to himself. My whole life has been a crooked one. I really didn't think too much about it. I didn't even think about putting on a show in front of the Poison Sect, Dark Sect, and the Special Affairs Bureau. The old man just wanted to compete in a solo competition and get some faith. I really didn't want to cooperate with them. Not only did it not make old Master Jean unhappy, it made him admire me even more. This is all a misunderstanding, okay? Don't think so highly of me. Why do I feel so ket up the more I think about it? He clutched his chest, his heart aching. He felt like his body was being hollowed out. Brother Guang, what's wrong with you? You and Jean Shuyue can't be real, right? I saw the two of you cuddling just now. It was so sweet. Zhong Bai appeared beside him like a ghost. You look like you're about to faint. No, I have to report this to Sister Lu Fei. Pfft. Report your face. What do you know? Don't stir up trouble. This matter is too big. Don't get involved. You can leave after the opening ceremony tonight. Zhong Bai didn't really understand. But looking at Chen Guang's serious face, he didn't think he was joking. What's wrong? Is there anything I can help with? Chen Guang shook his head, ready to change the topic. It's nothing. It's almost rehearsal, so don't ask. Sigh, what a pity. If I didn't have to fight a competition and was afraid of tiring my hands, I would have gone up to play the piano and show off my skill of playing 2 sets at once. Pfft, Brother Guang, is there anything you don't know? I can't fly. Because you're not Superman. Superman can't fly. I know how to sing this song. Zhong Bai was overjoyed. I'm Jay's hardcore fan. He really sang it. Chen Guang was unconvinced. We're no longer friends. How can you sing better than me? Zhong Bai was confused. Isn't that normal? Singing better than you. That's not so easy. Get lost. At 7 in the evening, the audience gradually arrived at the venue. At 8, the opening ceremony officially began. In tonight's opening ceremony, Chen Guang would only play against one person. Brother 9 Millennium's Miracle. Other than himself, he was recognized as one of the invincible mid-laners in the world. He was a top player who had fought his way into the top 4 of the International Invitational Tournament. Since it was the opening match, of course, there had to be a highlight. Chapter 597. Bro, did you know? I heard that Lefty and Righty will perform 2 songs at the opening ceremony tonight. A young man in the crowd patted on the shoulder of a young man who was about his age and said excitedly. Really? That's impossible, right? Although Brother All-Purpose is Jean Shuyue's boyfriend, isn't it said that they are on vacation in Beijing? Yesterday, I saw Jiang Yage's Weibo update with a picture of her playing games at home. She came all the way to Beijing to sing. Besides, this is not the Olympics. It's just an esports competition. Why would a celebrity like Lefty and Righty come? I don't believe it. He can't even afford the appearance fee. You really don't believe it? Look at this. The big red title. It was updated yesterday. Sigh. It's true. I didn't see any mention of this 2 days ago. Why is he here today? The organizers were going to eat **T. With such a big shot guest, any commercial performance would cost a few hundred yuan. Our ticket was only 30 yuan. Won't we have to show our underwear? I heard that the ticket was originally priced at more than 100. Brother All-Purpose asked the organizers to lower the price to 30. Really? Brother All-Purpose is such a good person. +1. After a while, similar conversations were spreading in other places, but the content was slightly different. Did you hear? The ticket was originally priced at more than 300. Brother All-Purpose asked them to lower it to 30. What? So awesome. It's true. After a while, it changed again. Did you hear? The ticket was originally priced at more than 1,000. Brother All-Purpose asked them to lower it to 30. Oh my God. How generous he is. I didn't like him in the past. Looks like I was wrong in the past. Yeah, he's a good person. A great person. The news continued to spread, and the more it spread, the more exaggerated it became. Finally, it stopped at a number of more than 1,000. After all, it was too sci-fi to go any higher. However, there was a group of bald men sitting in the corner. Impossible. Chen Guang, that scumbag, is definitely not that kind. I don't believe it. Just the appearance fee of the two left and right hands would be more than 1 million. His ticket price is more than 30 yuan, so he won't be able to earn anything. We can watch the competition for 3 days. The president of the Anti-Light Alliance spoke resolutely with his eye-catching bald head. The person beside him was a little shaken. Chairman, aren't we Brother Almighty's fan club? Why are you scolding me? Bah! We are the Anti-Light Alliance. They were against Chen Guang. Who the hell told you to sneak in without asking around? Get lost. You've been expelled from the Anti-Light Alliance. What? It wasn't easy for me to make up my mind to shave my head, so how could you kick me just like that? I don't agree. Exactly. None of us will agree. Was it easy to shave one's head? How much courage did it take? Aren't you cheating me? Then what should we do? I told you a long time ago that we're against Chen Guang, but you didn't listen and thought I was joking with you. I'm really getting a headache now. The president was also quite vexed. He roughly estimated that more than half of the 200 bald heads behind him were angry. He started to panic. Although their ideals were different, he really couldn't bear to part with so many of his close friends who were bald together with him. He thought about how everyone had been chatting in the group ever since they got to know each other. He thought about how they would drink together in offline gatherings. The president's eyes became moist. Meeting each other was fate, and shaving their heads together was the great fate of fighting side by side for thousands of years. It was hard to find like-minded friends. His heart was in extreme torment. Could it be that he was really wrong? He was doubting himself. But when he thought about how his beloved Jean Shuriwa had not only stuck a flower on a pile of cow dung, but also squeezed out 1 day of her precious holiday to fly thousands of miles to support that scumbag Chen Guang, his heart was bleeding again. Oh my God! Oh my God! Why do you have to torture me so cruelly? I'm just chasing after a star. I'm just angry that my goddess was taken away. Why do you have to make me face such a cruel decision? Is friendship more important, or is my goddess more precious? I'm only in my 30s and I have to face such a profound life philosophy. I'm in so much pain. Why can't you understand that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world? Think about it, Chen Guang made such a big move and paid for it himself. He didn't even need to pay for the tickets. Such a huge venue with such a beautiful decoration. Contestants from all over the world had to fly here for 3 consecutive days. How much money did he lose? Do you guys think about it? He must be plotting something. He must be harboring evil intentions. He's just paying a New Year's greeting to the weasels. Why can't you guys understand my painstaking efforts? Why am I so angry? But I really can't bear to leave you guys. The others were also moved by the president's tearful look. Although everyone had different ideals, the bonds of friendship couldn't be faked. President, why don't we just split the alliance into 2? Everyone will still be a family. It's just like living in different rooms. It's the same. 1 room for those who oppose Chen Guang and the other for those who support Chen Guang. We don't care about Chen Guang. We'll still be friends when we're together. Finally, his most trusted vice president gave a very constructive suggestion. Thus, the most difficult decision in the president's life was easily resolved. But when he saw Jin Shirue and Jiang Yage jumping and singing on the stage with many dancers to boost Chen Guang's popularity, his heart ached even more. Evil landlord Huang Shiren, Chen Guang. My beloved goddess is being used by you like this. Damn it. The opening performance lasted for about 20 to 30 minutes. The left and right hands made the atmosphere extremely hot. Then, at about 8:30 p.m., under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the first and possibly last global Dota Solo Throne Challenge was about to officially begin. Because of Chen Guang's 30 yuan ticket strategy, the live audience was immediately filled to the brim. A total of 50,000 people were waiting anxiously. There were probably even more people outside who didn't manage to buy tickets. The number of viewers on the Bamboo live streaming platform was as high as 8 million. Although after Jin Shirue and Jiang Yage left the stage, the number of viewers dropped to almost 1 million, it eventually stabilized at about 7 million. This time, Xiao Tsong learned his lesson. He knew that Chen Guang didn't like those fake figures. Thus, he took the initiative to shout and fight against the fake figures on the platform. He shouted, "The industry needs to be regular, the data needs to be transparent. To get rid of zombie viewers, start from Bamboo." Then, the opening text was about the current bad phenomenon of fake figures in the live streaming industry. The impact of such fake figures was far-reaching. It was voluminous enough to write 1,000 words. At the end, he used big red words to guarantee that the almighty Superman, Chen Guang, would have as many viewers as there were people in his live streaming room. When he said millions, he meant millions. Every number represented a living person. There were definitely no zombie fans. The CEOs of the other platforms were seething with anger. Are you trying to rip off everyone's fig leaf? Feng Yu thought. But they couldn't do anything to him. Jin Shirue and Jiang Yage, the two top superstars, were on the platform. Moreover, it was the Throne Challenge, such an eye-catching hot competition, and he was even broadcasting the entire process. It was impossible for his popularity not to increase. You, Xiao Tsong, are shameless. You, Xiao Tsong, are despicable and shameless. Why did you take away such a high-quality resource? Needless to say, everyone was filled with anger and helplessness. Looking at the exploding number of viewers in the live streaming room and the crazy gifts and bullet screens, little Tsong felt very comfortable. The hard work of the past few days was not in vain. Next, it was all up to Brother Guang. Other than that, Duchuan Satellite TV was the first to get the moonlight. They first found Duan Wen, then Zhong Bai, then Little Kong. Finally, Chen Guang nodded his head and successfully obtained the rights to broadcast on satellite TV. In order to broadcast the entire competition live, Duchuan Satellite TV simply gave them 3 days of prime time. In recent years, the major local satellite TV channels have been fighting for the viewership ratings crazily. Duchuan Satellite TV lost step by step. Now, they were short of money, manpower, and ace programs. The viewership ratings were all over the place. Even the people in the province were not willing to watch it. They were also giving it their all. This time, they simply bet everything on this solo competition. We are really not their match in variety shows. We really can't get any big IPs, big stars, and big productions that can guarantee viewership ratings. We also can't compete with you in terms of resources. As a Western TV station, it's hard to do anything. This time, let's take the lead and follow the trend of esports and do esports, okay? That's not right. The leaders of Duchuan Satellite TV thought of the piano performance that Chen Guang organized on the Arts Channel. At that time, it also caused an uproar in a channel that could not be broadcast on satellite. So, we actually don't have to do esports. Let's be Brother Almighty. If we follow Brother Almighty, we will have food to eat. They really did not bet wrongly. In the past, during this prime time, Dachuan satellite TV's viewership ratings had been below 0.1% for a long time. Under the pincer attack of the various satellite TV's ace variety shows, being able to maintain a viewership rating of 0.7% was enough for them to burn incense. But this time, by hitching a ride with Chen Guang and Zhuzi, the leaders of Dachuan satellite TV also hardened their hearts and provided a lot of promotional resources. With top stars like Jean and Jiang singing on stage, the viewership ratings actually shot up to 1.2% during the opening ceremony, almost catching up to Central TV's Flowing Light Avenue's viewership ratings. Although the viewership ratings dropped after the opening ceremony, it still stabilized at 1%. If it was zoomed in on the entire country, there would be millions of viewers. Adding up the live streaming platform and satellite TV channels, the domestic audience for this year's Throne Challenge was as high as 13 million. Among them, at most 1/3 were Dota players, 1/3 were other esports enthusiasts, and 1/3 were people who came to watch the show with their left and right hand. After the opening ceremony ended, they stayed with the mentality of looking forward to what kind of performance Chen Guang, the boyfriend of their goddess, would have. Adding on the more than 10 million viewers on the international live streaming platform, the audience for this competition was even higher than the World Darts Championship. Accompanied by the beautiful lighting and sound effects that were similar to those of the International Boxing Championship, Chen Guang and his opponent, Brother Miracle, lifted the curtains at the same time from both sides of the big stage. They walked along the purposely built covered bridge towards the dueling platform that had just risen from below the stage. Two top-notch trench machines were placed there back to back. Chen Guang's entire body was wrapped in a red cloak. His head could not be seen for the time being, which symbolized the red of China. Brother Miracle, on the other hand, was wrapped in a blue cloak. Sorry, all international players wore blue cloaks. The two's footsteps followed the nervous drumbeat as they moved forward step by step. The dazzling spotlights followed the two from 4 directions as they moved forward. This was completely different from the appearance of a team competition. This was an effect that could only be achieved by 2 people in a solo competition. At the same time, the professional competition hosts shouted passionately on the stage, "Welcome everyone to the final stage of the first Global Throne Challenge." This competition is organized by Bamboo Culture, and the competition prize money is provided by the almighty Superman, who is also the champion of this Throne Challenge, Chen Guang. The basic prize money is as high as $2 million. The total prize pool is as high as $22 million. The one in the red cloak is our champion, the world's only top player with $10 million in 4 servers, Chen Guang. There is no doubt about his strength. After the host shouted, there was a short pause to give the audience enough time to applaud and cheer. Although many people were quite unhappy with Chen Guang's arrogance, they were thankful that the super low ticket price of $30 had helped him redeem his image. At least the audience was quite cooperative, and applause and cheers followed. The one in the blue battle robe is our first challenger. No, perhaps he should not be regarded as a challenger. He is also a king. He is our Brother Miracle. The world's top professional player, he has already proven his strength in the professional arena. Whether the top passerby is invincible, or the top professional is better, everyone, please wait and see. The home advantage was unreasonable. The clever host did not even give the audience time to cheer for Brother Miracle. At this time, Chen Guang and Brother Miracle had just walked into the ring. The precise timing made the host's small action very hidden, and no one noticed anything. Finally, following the sound of the drums, the lights instantly lit up, and Chen Guang and his opponent Brother Miracle took off their cloaks at the same time. Brother Miracle was wearing his team's uniform, and Chen Guang was wearing a cool jacket that Xiao Zong had specially designed. Alright, the intended effect was great, but in reality, there was a slight difference. After all, the way they appeared was very similar to the Golden Belt competition, so much so that everyone had the illusion that two boxing champions would jump out of the ring with bare arms. In the end, they were just two esports otakus. Fortunately, Chen Guang's big bald head matched with his well-built body, and he was able to suppress the crowd, giving him a bit of a boxing champion's aura. However, at this time, no one would have thought that the person in the most awkward situation was actually the Anti-Light Alliance's chairman. You scared me to death, Chairman, you really like to joke around. We are on the same side, right? As expected of the chairman. Brother Allrounder shaved his head to match us, we are super hardcore fans. Wahahaha. The members of the Anti-Light Alliance were all bald, and now that Chen Guang was also bald, the sense of belonging in everyone's hearts was instantly strengthened. No matter how one looked at it, they were all on the same side. Most of the members were new, so they did not know how this bald head came to be. For a moment, the bald chairman was stared at by many members with affectionate eyes, and his feelings could only be described with one word, F***ck. He silently wiped away his tears and endured the pain. That's right, we are actually hardcore fans of Chen Guang. Really hardcore. When he said this, his heart felt like it was being cut by thousands of knives. He had gone against his beliefs and finally said these words that went against his conscience. Brothers, do you understand how painful it is for me? For the sake of our friendship, I am no longer who I was in the past. Chen Guang, who was standing in the arena, also noticed this special group of spectators and was overjoyed. Don't think too much about it, old friend, bald chairman. He was actually waving his hand in this direction, brimming with enthusiasm. The chairman was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Don't F***king wave at me, I don't want to be on the same side as you. However, this was of no use. The other spectators had already followed Chen Guang's gaze and noticed this special group of hardcore fans, and they all applauded them enthusiastically. Good job, brothers. Brothers, are you still accepting new members? Do girls have to shave their heads too? Silently looking at his formation of monks, the chairman could not help but recall the glorious past of having female members, but after two overt and covert hints from Chen Guang, his Anti-Light Alliance no longer had any female members. No. We, the Anti-Light Alliance, do not need girls. Thank you everyone for your support. That's right, we are Chen Guang's hardcore fans, and we don't need membership fees. There are only two criteria for us to join. Male. Bald. The chairman cried. This was the greatest pain in the world. On the other side, Chen Guang and Brother Miracle had each chosen 5 heroes suitable for mid and solo. The system was nervously choosing randomly. The highly anticipated challenger of the King's competition was about to officially begin. Who was stronger between amateurs and professionals? This was a question that didn't need much discussion in the past, but today, Chen Guang was going to give everyone the answer. When the selected hero stopped on Summoner Carl's portrait, Brother Miracle revealed an incomparably confident smile. Mid and solo Carl against Carl, he was never afraid of anyone. Even in the professional arena, Carl, who was controlled by him, was feared by others. Unless there was a specific lineup, no one would be willing to let him have this fearsome and powerful hero with up to 10 skills. Brother Miracle turned his head slightly and looked at Chen Guang, who was sitting not far away from him, and said loudly, "Hey! Buddy, I admit that you are strong. #1 in the 4 servers. But that's because I'm busy training. You're legend, no, in front of me, you are not a legend. The international players were as confident and arrogant as ever in this regard. Those who could walk their own path in esports had never been humble and cautious. If they wanted to make a name for themselves in the arena, they had to have the arrogance of being the only one in the world. Even if the Heavenly King came, they would not be convinced. Chen Guang turned his head from behind the monitor and was laughing in his heart. Little Tsong really understood his intentions. Such an open arena design gave others space to mock him. You can jump as hard as you want. The more you jump, the more faith you will earn when I defeat you. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Of course, he did not intend to admit defeat. He replied in perfect and fluent English, I heard that you are called Brother Miracle. I'm afraid you will have to change your name after today. Is that so? Brother Miracle, who was wearing black-rimmed glasses, squinted his eyes. He was angry. Arrogant Chinese, you have angered me. My hand is hot, I will defeat you. Is that so? I will wait. Then the two of them bought their outfits and quickly rushed to the minions. An intense battle was about to begin. Unlike the team competition, this was a solo competition with a slightly showy nature. There was no need to keep the content confidential. The conversation between the two of them was transmitted through the microphones hanging around their necks. It resounded in the ears of the entire stadium and the audience in front of their televisions. Those that couldn't understand English were sighing at Chen Guang's beautiful English, while those that could understand Chen Guang's words were instantly energized. The competition has just begun, and the smell of gunpowder is already so thick. Who do you think is better between the two? Although we should support our countrymen, I always feel that Brother Miracle is better. After all, he is a professional player. His understanding of heroes and micro-operations should be stronger. Almighty Superman is a gaming expert, but the other person is a professional. A young man next to him listened to this person's seemingly reasonable analysis and was unconvinced. What do you know? I am an old fan of Almighty Brother. I have been his fan since he participated in the racing competition in Xiangjiang. I have never seen him lose. It is the same this time. Bah! How can there be a person who never loses? You are too blind. Do you understand Tower of Swords? I don't understand. I don't understand either. Anyway, Almighty Brother will win. Please go back and play the game. You don't even understand the game. Why are you here? Do you want to fight? Come on. Who is afraid of who? Can you two settle down and watch the competition? If you want to fight, get out and fight. The audience in the competition arena was already so intense. The bullet screen of the live broadcast platform was even more explosive. In Chen Guang's live broadcast room, the dozen or so super administrators that Xiao Zong temporarily sent over and nearly 10 administrators appointed by Chen Guang were not enough. Almighty Superman is too shameless. He paid for the competition himself and forced others to challenge him. How can he be so thick-skinned? That's right. But I think he is dead for sure. I am waiting to see him lose 10 times in a row. I want to see how he ends up. I want to see how he pays the $22 million prize. Why is the bullet screen so long? VIP level 30 user privilege doesn't explain. What do you know? I watched the whole process. Almighty Brother is not bragging. He is the strongest in the universe. You call this not bragging? The wind is blowing so hard that I can't breathe. Bullsh asterisk T. Magical girl Luan Luan is #1 in the world. Hit me if you don't like it. Brother Miracle beat Almighty Scum doesn't explain. Sean Dota, Noob Dota. Go and lick your foreign dad. 18 strong men, Ling Lin, handsome brother Jia Wei Axian XXXXX. I feel sorry for Ling Lin for 30 seconds. I feel sorry for Bao Jilin. My heart aches for Su Xian. Super administrators eat sh*t, hurry up and ban this advertising dog. If the pig emperor doesn't appear, who can compete? There is a shady deal in this lousy competition. My brother Dong Yong didn't enter the finals. Shady deal. Bamboo staff were very busy, really very busy. The technical staff were already dead tired, lying in front of the computer with dark eyes. But they didn't dare to sleep. There were as many as 7 million viewers in the live broadcast room. The server was under too much pressure. At this time, under the gaze of more than 20 million viewers, Chen Guang and Brother Miracle finally walked to the minions. It wasn't a one-sided situation. From the beginning, the two were locked in battle. Direct attack, counter-attack, pretending to be direct attack to trick the opponent, pretending to counter-attack to trick the opponent into shooting ahead of time. The ice, thunder, and fire 3 balls dazzled the eyes. When he wanted to attack, he used fire. When he wanted to recover, he used ice. Less than 30 seconds into the match, Brother Miracle, as a top professional player, put away all his contempt. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Why was this person so strong? Why? Wasn't he an amateur? Chen Guang's fighting spirit was high. It had been too lonely at the top for too long. Finally, an opponent that could make him fight seriously had appeared. He was very excited. As expected of Brother Miracle. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. In addition, it was fortunate that Liuli didn't turn into Jiang Luhua to cause trouble. Chapter 598. The audience couldn't see Brother Miracle's awkwardness from the simple details. Only the people in the middle of it could understand the danger of the two's every step, the interrupting of the normal swings, and the calculation of the health of the minions. The two's calculations were accurate to the single digits and their reaction time was around 0.1 seconds. It was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. In a solo mid-laner match, even if it was just the difference of a single minion, it could easily snowball and directly affect the outcome of the entire match if the opponent had the advantage of a normal attack. 2 minutes later, many of the pro players who were paying attention to this solo match fell silent. Brother Miracle's experience was behind. Was this a coincidence? Or was it inevitable? Or was it because he underestimated his opponent? Suddenly, in the 3rd minute of the match, Chen Guang relied on the experience advantage of a minion to level up. He suddenly took a step forward and threw a stun skill at Brother Miracle's head, launching a sneak attack. Before he leveled up, he had already closed the distance between the two sides by pretending to focus on the last hit. The pupils of the pro players shrank. This guy, he's so strong. He also knows how to seize opportunities. When he was in the line, he would hide his weapon, but when he really had the slightest advantage, he would be so decisive when he launched an attack, completely exposing his ferocious fangs. This small action was telling everyone that his fighting style was actually very fierce. Seeing Chen Guang's fierce action, the other 19 pro players watching the match in the backstage all tensed up. Most of the audience didn't think that the first to launch a sneak attack would be Chen Guang. After all, Brother Miracle's reputation was very well known. Brother Miracle, who was in the middle of the match, felt more danger than the others, but he didn't panic. He fought and retreated, paying attention to both sides' health and the movement of the minions. His mind spun like lightning as he calculated his chances of winning. Should he fight head-on with his opponent or should he admit defeat? Would he have a chance of winning if he fought head-on? If he admitted defeat, he wouldn't die for sure, but while he was retreating, his opponent's health would definitely not be small. In this solo match, he would be snowballed by his opponent. At this time, a mist appeared on top of Chen Guang's supplicant Carl's head. It turned out that it was because he was fighting from a low slope to a high slope. Under the game's mechanics, there was a certain probability of a miss. Looking at the minions running from the line of minions to their respective heroes, the health of the opposing minions was in a state where they would die with one last hit. Brother Miracle completed an intense calculation in that instant in his mind. I'll attack with a basic attack. If this little soldier dies, I'll level up. Then, I tossed heavenly fire at his feet. This was a skill that I had prepared beforehand. Then, I switched to haste with the stun effect and used the segmented stun to suppress him within the range of the heavenly fire. As long as I used up all my haste and Skyfire's damage, I would be able to counterattack. If he killed this soldier, then it was okay. He had already lost a basic attack. If he killed this soldier and I didn't get enough experience to level up, then he would waste another basic attack. That way, I would have the health advantage of 2 basic attacks. This way, even if I didn't level up and could only use Heaven Flame, even if I was hit by his Heaven Flame, even if his skill damage was higher, even if he had one more level of Elemental Flame to increase his basic attack damage, it didn't matter. I had the advantage in health, I was definitely going to win. After rehearsing all the possible scenarios, Brother Miracle decided not to retreat. He stood on the high slope and chose to fight Chen Guang head-on. Arrogant kid from China, aren't you going to retreat? Are you an idiot or what? Run. Let me hit you a few more times. Then, we will face each other and you can pull out a bottle of potions from the base. Kid, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. But Chen Guang didn't retreat. After the basic attack, he stood on the high slope and continued to attack Brother Miracle. At that moment, the minions pounced beside the two of them and started to attack them. Chen Guang is going to lose. A former pro player, who was sitting in front of his computer and watching the intense fight on the field, suddenly said. His high school classmate sat beside him. Pool, how do you know that Chen Guang will lose? Now that he has the advantage in level, the elemental summon is about to cool down. He can smash Sky Fire. Forcing Brother Miracle to move can also earn a basic attack. He can win. Pool was once the user of the world's peak level supplicant Carl. He was known as the pianist magical girl Si Shanling. His understanding of this hero could be said to be perfect. At his peak level, there were few opponents. 9,000 years is about to level up. His elemental summon has already cooled down. When he levels up, he will smash Sky Fire and quickly cool down. Chen Guang will definitely lose. Pool said resolutely. Is that so? His high school classmate suddenly realized and was a little sad. As a fan of Almighty Superman on Weibo, he was worried about Chen Guang, but he believed in Pool's judgment. In fact, it was not only Pool who thought so. At this time, other pro players generally thought so. In the high-level solo competition where everyone's hero level was still very low, the impact of the difference in health brought by a basic attack was so far-reaching. The advantageous side took a blood, got experience, and then escaped with dead health. The disadvantageous side lost a blood and was at a disadvantage in terms of experience and money. Unless the opponent made a mistake, it was almost impossible to make a comeback. The two of them attacked each other twice, and their health quickly fell by half. Brother Miracle took a deep breath. It was now. Suddenly, just as he moved the mouse to the low health soldier, Chen Guang's elemental summon skill was on cooldown. Lava Man. What? Why is it Lava Man? At this time, he should use Sky Fire to burst. Stupid guy, do you think you can beat me with one more lava man? I will immediately level up and take you away. Then, he moved his mouse, ready to easily finish off this low HP soldier, and then use Heavenly Fire and quick cooldown on his skills. Wait! What did I see? Under the gazes of over 20 million pairs of eyes, Chen Guang, who had just been summoned, actually turned his head towards the dead soldier. He threw the bullet 0.3 seconds earlier than Miracle Bro and countered the soldier before Miracle Bro's normal attack could reach him. The small soldier fell to the ground silently, but Brother Miracle did not level up. The small soldier was killed, and he lost half of his experience. His experience bar was stuck at a little bit before leveling up, but he just couldn't level up. Brother Miracle's mind was almost blank. He had already written the script in his heart, and he just needed to act and get the first blood. His finger was even on the button to add points to his skills. But it was useless. He didn't level up, and everything that he planned would not happen. He sucked in a cold breath. I've been tricked. This guy noticed my thoughts early on, so he planned to use Lava Man to kill this soldier from the beginning. But why is his operation so fast? How did his brain think of that? After he summoned Lava Man, he was still controlling the hero to move and use normal attacks to attack me, but the moment his Lava Man came out, he aimed the bullet at this low health soldier. Not only was Brother Miracle stunned, but the audience at the scene was also in an uproar. The Dota players in front of the computer and TV exclaimed. Professional players such as Pool, Brother Burning, Chopped Hand, and Fat Boat flipped over their chairs and stood up. The professional game commentator also screamed. Impossible! This is impossible! The magical girl covered her mouth and murmured. Motherf asterisk cur. He's on steroids. I want to report him. Fat Boat wanted to press Chopped Hand, who was watching the show, into the monitor to vent his overly excited emotions. No one could understand Brother Miracle's despair at this time. He started to retreat, but it was too late. Chen Guang's supplicant and the magma golem were attacking his back, and he couldn't escape this calamity. Everyone thought that this was Chen Guang's extreme operation, but they were wrong. In the next second, something happened again. In a situation where he was only one basic attack away, he actually did an S, and there was a slight lag in the hero's movement. He made a mistake. You can also make a mistake. Ha! Brother Miracle was overjoyed and continued to retreat. He had already entered the protection range of his own defense tower. If Chen Guang dared to follow him, even if he could kill him, he would definitely die. At this moment, Chen Guang and his Lava Man took a step forward at almost the same time. Lava Man entered the attack range of the defense tower, and Chen Guang's culp followed. But the moment the normal attack hit Brother Miracle, his hero actually lit up with a golden light. He had leveled up. It turned out that the two melee soldiers were also brought into the attack range of the defense tower by Brother Miracle. They fell to the defense tower's attack 0.1 seconds before Chen Guang's bullet hit Brother Miracle. Then, Brother Miracle's screen turned black and white. Then, he watched as Chen Guang used Lava Man to divert the aggro and retreat to a safe position. Then, he quietly attacked again and again. At this moment, all the professional players and even Miracle Bro were silent. Even the professional commentator, Little Car, had his mouth wide open and didn't know what to say. What kind of F*King's skill was this? Only then did they realize that Chen Guang had purposely stopped this attack to delay the time of his attack. He was waiting for this soldier to be killed by Brother Miracle's defense tower so that the two of them would be on the same level. Then, when he killed Brother Miracle, he would gain more experience. This bastard. This bastard. How could he think so much in just a few seconds of fighting? And he did so much. This hero was only a level 4 or 5 solo match. If it was a normal professional match or a ladder match, Carl would be able to unleash all 10 skills in the later stages of the match, including the 8 destruction combo. How terrifying would this guy's performance be? Your hands aren't human, right? Do you have an Intel Core i7 running in your head? Many of the professional players were silent for a long time. They began to recall the video of this guy rushing to 10,000 points. Although they didn't want to admit it, it wasn't a coincidence that he was able to get 10,000 points in a row. It was even more impossible for him to be an actor or a fake army. He really did have the strength to do so. Unrivaled in the world, invincible. On the commentary platform, the commentator, Little Car, was being poked at by his colleagues, hinting for him to quickly explain everything that had happened while Brother Miracle was still resurrecting. Little Car, who had taken on the role of commentator after the retirement of the professional players, took a deep breath and used his unique fast and passionate tone to say loudly, "Let me tell everyone what happened in just a few seconds." First of all, Chen Guang was actually at a disadvantage in terms of health because his basic attack missed. Secondly, he also knew that Brother Miracle would level up after the first soldier died and use a wave of skills to counterattack. But just as Brother Miracle was about to kill the soldier, Chen Guang used the little fireman that he summoned to counterattack the soldier. This blocked Brother Miracle's experience and prevented him from leveling up. In fact, at this time, Brother Miracle was already dead. But later, when Chen Guang made his last attack, look at our slow-motion replay, it was like this. When Chen Guang made his move, there was a brief pause and stiffness. At first, I thought he was petrified. That was a mistake, I pressed the S button by mistake. But in the end, the defense tower was faster than Chen Guang. Chen Guang's killing bullet killed the minions first, allowing Miracle Bro to level up. Chen Guang took the first blood and obtained the experience of killing a hero of the same level. This was more experience than killing a hero of a lower level, further expanding his advantage. In an extremely intense esports competition, to be able to do such perfect details requires amazing hand speed. No, invincible hand speed and even more invincible computing power. I, the former world champion, Little Car, am completely convinced. I think he is 10,000 times better than the exaggerated esports Waluogging. He is the real Archimedes of esports. Everyone, don't scold me. I can't not heal this player, I can't do it. I am convinced. Little Car said so much in one breath. The scene returned to the scene when Chen Guang and Brother Miracle faced off normally. But at this time, Brother Miracle was suppressed in both experience and finances. What was more desperate was that his confidence had been shattered. Chen Guang's first victory was in his hands. After listening to the professional commentator Little Car's explanation, the audience who couldn't understand the game, although they were still a little confused, at least they understood one thing. It seemed that this Jin Shiryua's boyfriend, Chen Guang, was better than a world champion level professional player. This wasn't AF** King game, it was philosophy. Chapter 599. Miracle Bro, who had lost HP, couldn't hold on for too long under Chen Guang's seemingly calm but actually dangerous pressure. 1 HP had a huge impact on a solo match. In addition, in a match between experts, it was a battle of fundamentals, details, and operations. If he lost one step, he would lose everything. If he was facing a normal player, Miracle Bro might have been able to use his top-notch techniques to turn the tables if he didn't make a mistake. Unfortunately, he was facing Chen Guang, who had experienced the hellish training of the Heavenly Holy Grail. In Chen Guang's dictionary, there was no such thing as a mistake. He could only advance step by step and pursue victory. He never made a mistake. After another 3 minutes, Miracle Bro lost 2 more HP. After the two sides fought for a while, Miracle Bro, who was at a disadvantage, decisively used Thunderball and instantly switched to Ghost Walk to retreat. But after 7 seconds, he actually died to Chen Guang's predictive stream of consciousness. At that moment, flames descended from the sky with a terrifying, powerful, and despair-inducing consciousness like a god looking down on the earth. It burned the heavily injured supplicant Carl to pieces. The noisy stadium fell into a strange silence at that moment. This was another one of the top 10 highlights, and it was the number 1. After Chen Guang displayed his flawless and lightning-fast control, he once again brought out his foresight that reigned supreme in the world. Many of the audience were confused. The more they understood the match, the more they felt it was inconceivable. Didn't he not see it after he switched to stealth? How could he hit it with that kind of movement? I don't understand. Don't ask me, I don't understand either. If I understood, the one sitting there would be me. The pro players, on the other hand, weren't as surprised. After all, in their professional careers and in the stairway rankings, it was common for them to make a prediction kill. However, what they cared about the most was the decisiveness and straightforwardness of Chen Guang's skill casting. He did not hesitate at all and instantly moved the mouse to the edge of the grass behind the middle tower. It was as if he had already grasped the speed and trajectory of the invisible Brother Miracle's Ghost Walk. The most chilling thing was that when the heavenly flame exploded, Brother Miracle was right in the middle of the skill's range. This wasn't a lucky hit, but rather Brother Miracle's death was decided when he switched to his stealth state. When he was killed, Brother Miracle had already been invisible for a full 7 seconds. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. How did he do it? Could it be that the gap between humans and gods was really that big? Many of the pro players pondered for a long time. Despite their arrogance, they had no choice but to admit this cruel reality. If this really wasn't a coincidence, then they wouldn't have been able to make such a confident and accurate prediction. None of the hundreds of thousands or even millions of Dota players around the world could do it. Even the other big esports force that was at loggerheads with Knife Pig, the players who took the time to watch the Dota competition couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Fortunately, the omnipotent Superman didn't practice League of Legends. They really didn't want to see their idol being crushed on the ground like Brother Miracle, who was now known as the number 1 mid laner in the Dota profession. In a normal solo match, the winner would be determined by 3 kills or pushing down 2 towers. Now, although Brother Miracle had only died twice, everyone knew that the winner of this match had been determined. Chen Guang's seemingly casual throw destroyed all of Brother Miracle's confidence and completely left the 2 players behind in terms of equipment and level. After reviving in the spring for the 2nd time, Brother Miracle's Carl didn't move. The camera switched to his face, and everyone realized that his eyes were a little dull, as if he was still immersed in the memory of the moment when he was killed. He had been beaten senseless. Brother Miracle had been beaten senseless. Unlike the last time when Brother Miracle was defeated, everyone was surprised. The world's number 1 mid laner in many people's eyes was actually defeated just like that. This should have been a big deal and an incredible thing, but when they thought of Chen Guang's exquisite kill, it didn't seem to be surprising at all. If he could kill once, of course he could kill a 2nd time. Others were playing a game, but he was ruling a game. Finally, after being stunned for about 10 seconds, Brother Miracle suddenly came back to his senses. He mechanically and numbly bought a teleportation scroll, and before landing, he habitually clicked on Chen Guang's inventory. When he saw the purple grudge on Chen Guang, he quickly typed GG as soon as he landed. There was no way they could continue this match. Seeing the 2 letters GG appear on the big screen, after a short silence, the 50,000 people in the provincial stadium burst into thunderous applause. Chen Guang used an indisputable performance to open the curtain of his complete conquest of the world stage in the field of Dota. No one dared to question the strength of his so-called amateur player. Some people even thought that he didn't participate in professional competitions because he didn't want to lose suspense in Dota, which was famous for its competitive nature. After all, once there was a team with two strong dominants, it would only bring about a victory without suspense, which could be called a devastating blow to any competitive event. Football and basketball, these two major sports, had been popular all over the world for many years. In addition to the exciting confrontations, the most attractive thing was that until the last moment, no one dared to say that they were invincible until the real champion picked up the trophy. The suspense made the game seem more exciting, and it could also make the audience fully immersed. However, this problem didn't exist for Chen Guang at this time. He only needed to continue to crush all the opponents in front of him. Even the audience who didn't understand the game and just wanted to join in the fun were watching with relish. Anyway, watching the Chinese beat the fair-skinned, golden-haired foreigners in the game made them happy. No matter what the game was, they were happy when they won. Xiaolong, tell Grandma how this Chen Guang won just now. Grandma, don't ask, you won't understand even if I tell you. You little brat, are you looking down on your grandma? Grandma was also very fashionable when she was young, okay? Who doesn't know that I, Hu Chunhua, am a good dancer? When I was a factory director when I was young, I was also very smart and managed the rice bowls of hundreds of people. Tell me. Poor Xiaolong was beaten up by his grandma. Then, he cried and added a lot of personal information into the parts that were simplified during the analysis of the small car. The old grandma really didn't understand, but she nodded again and again. She looked like she suddenly understood. Anyway, this Chen Guang is very good. I said that he will definitely win. He is good at everything. Last time I saw the sports channel, he also beat the foreigners with darts until they cried and asked for scolding. You were still fighting with me just now. See, the older the ginger, the spicier. In the future, listen to Grandma more. Don't always worship foreign things and support your own people. You said that the name of this foreign player was not good, but he actually called himself Zhuqiansui. Isn't he asking for a beating? Look at you, you still play games all day. You can't even guess who will win or lose as well as me. There is a philosophy of life in this. Xiaolong was about to cry. Watching a Dota competition made Grandma see the philosophy of life again. But don't look at his depressed appearance. In fact, he was really convinced in his heart. He also felt that it was like a dream. Brother Zhuqiansui Miracle was actually beaten. Was this a coincidence? No, it didn't look like a coincidence at all. The domestic Dota enthusiasts were completely restless, and there was a lot of discussion. Some people said that Brother Miracle had just returned from abroad, and he was not used to the environment. His biological clock was not adjusted well, and his condition was not good. Some people also said that Chen Guang was too lucky. The analysis of the small car commentator made Chen Guang too much of a myth. There were also people who said that Brother Zhuqiansui Miracle had received money. The purpose of Chen Guang's competition was to promote himself. In fact, they were all acting according to the script. They first let Chen Guang win a game to be happy. Otherwise, why would he sponsor? Millions of dollars were thrown out, and such a large-scale world-class competition was organized in a few days. How much money was that? What did he not want? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. There was something fishy about this competition. Once this opinion was born, it gradually spread in the stadium. Many people in the bullet screen and in front of the TV also thought so. After all, this King's Throne challenge had the intention of burning money from the beginning to the end. In order to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars, it was not impossible for Brother Miracle to become an actor. The more everyone thought about it, the more likely it was. Those who knew a little about the game, but not a lot about it, easily agreed with this idea. Those who didn't understand the game at all and weren't fans of Chen Guang had even more of an insight into the affairs of the world. Only those who truly understood the game understood that Chen Guang wasn't an ordinary player, but a scourge that descended from the sky. Otherwise, it would be the brainless fans of Chen Guang. I don't care what game you play. Brother All-Rounder is invincible in everything he does. I'm not going to reason with you. I'm his fan. If you don't like it, then hit me. Then, the skeptics and the supporters almost got into a fight. Fortunately, the neutral party stood up to smooth things over. You guys should stop talking. The competition has just begun. Won't we know if we continue? Moreover, even if Brother Miracle is acting, he can't lose 10 games in a row, right? Let's not talk about money. As a professional player, losing 10 games in a row, does he still want his face? Also, you guys think that Brother Miracle is acting. Aren't there still 19 players? There are still 3 days. Why are you guys in such a hurry? The two sides who were about to fight suddenly understood. This brother's words were reasonable and convincing. Moreover, there was a replay of the competition. Dota's competition videos were always open to the public. Naturally, there would be experts reviewing and analyzing it. If there really were signs of acting, they would be able to see it. The domestic audience was already like this. The foreign audience was even more out of control. But currently, most of them were leaning towards Brother Miracle's poor condition. He was tricked by the Chinese and didn't even get over the time difference. He flew thousands of miles to participate in the competition on the first day and was plotted against. Only Brother Miracle himself knew that he wasn't acting and wasn't plotted against. His biological clock wasn't a problem. As a professional sports player, the Chinese players lived in America and the American players lived in China. At this time, he was in high spirits. Taking advantage of the short game, he turned his head to look at Chen Guang, who was resting with his eyes closed. His mind recalled the scene when he was killed twice in the previous game. An emotion called unwillingness gradually welled up from the bottom of his heart. In all these years, in the field of esports or Dota, he had never sincerely admired anyone. Now, he didn't want to admit defeat. Other than hard work and talent, what pushed him to constantly become stronger and reach the peak level of a professional player was his pride that would never be beaten into submission. Chinese. I admit that you are very strong, but if you can do it, I can do it too. I am a professional player. I must defend the honor of a professional player. This is my dream, my life. I train hard for more than 12 hours every day. In order to get more points, I don't sleep or rest. We are fighting on the road to the champion's shield. I absolutely can't be defeated by an amateur player. Brother Miracle thought in his heart. His fists clenched tighter and tighter. He also felt that the burden on his body was gradually becoming heavier. Once again, the two of them selected 5 heroes each. The selected roulette once again jumped between 10 heroes. The big screen accurately captured the expressions of Chen Guang and Brother Miracle at this time. Chen Guang looked very calm. He even yawned. Brother Miracle was a little serious. As the saying goes, the fox mourns the death of the rabbit. The other contestants and the audience, who were also professional players, also felt the pressure on Brother Miracle at this time. No one would have thought that what was originally just a trip for a local tycoon to earn money would actually become a declaration of war on the world of Dota. What was even more cruel was that this was an esports world where the winner was king. It didn't matter whether one was convinced or not. The outcome of the competition was an ironclad fact. No one could deny it. In the second round, they randomly selected Shadow Demon, also known as Sofa, which could also be called SF. This was the most popular hero in the solo mid-laner competition. Good trajectory and a skillful Shadow Raise skill allowed Shadow Demon to display a player's basic skills to the fullest in a mid-ranged unit. The usual mid-laner father-son matchup was also born from Shadow Demon. This god-tier hero was extremely popular and very suitable for new players to experience the game. They could taste all the hero skills in the entire Dota in the shortest time. Along with the Dota, they witnessed the birth of countless long-lost fathers and sons. Brother Miracle took a deep breath. It was time to show his strength. Although it was getting harder and harder for Shadow Demon to appear in the offline competition, that was only because this hero had poor escape abilities. Brother Miracle liked this hero very much when he was practicing his basic skills in the random matchup. He had absolute confidence in his hero's operation level, and then he was defeated. 13 minutes later, he threw the mouse away and leaned back on the esports chair. He felt like his body was hollowed out and he couldn't even speak. He had clearly played to the extreme, he had clearly worked hard enough, but why did he always inexplicably fall into a disadvantage bit by bit? He had calculated his HP accurately to the single digits every single time, and he had also grasped the cooldowns of both sides' skills. Yet, he was always a step behind when they clashed. 3 deaths, 0 kills, and 0 kills. Another 0 kills. He was very confused and had no idea why. If he knew that Qinguang calculated far more than just HP and skills, and even included the flying speed of the trajectory, the hero's own turning speed, the movement of the minions, and the lifting of the general attack, and even the HP that would automatically recover as time passed when the two of them exchanged HP, he would collapse. Other professional players calculated their HP in single digits, but Qinguang calculated it accurately to 0.5. The difference of a single line was like the difference between heaven and earth. If losing the first round was a fluke, then what about losing the second round? Everyone could see that Brother Miracle had tried his best and his condition was impeccable, but he was still defeated. In the third match, Qinguang won the Windwalker match once more. In the fourth round, Qinguang obtained another victory against the Templar assassin. Fifth round, sixth round, seventh round, no one knew what was going on today. From the start, no one thought that Brother Miracle would lose so badly. Even Grandma Long, who was sitting in front of the TV, said, "This foreign kid, sigh, it really hurts. He's about to cry. Qinguang is really too much, he doesn't even know that he deliberately let him win. We have to have the demeanor of a big country." Gaming enthusiasts were amazed at Qinguang's strength. Brother Miracle's die-hard fans were celebrating Brother Miracle's strength. Brother Miracle's fans had ashen faces as they trembled. There was something going on at home. The professional players, on the other hand, were sweating profusely as they looked at Brother Miracle, who was controlling his musketeer to deal the last hit. They could smell a tragic aura. No one wanted to lose. Losing once or twice was forgivable, losing 3 or 4 times was understandable, but losing 5 or 6 times was a disaster, and it was a different hero every time. This was unbelievable for a professional player. 7 or 8 times was enough to make one doubt their life. There wasn't even a need for Qinguang to say anything. The acting theory was already broken. No top professional player would be willing to risk losing their reputation and act out a tragedy of losing 10 times in a row in front of 20 million eyes. Although 100,000 USD wasn't a small amount, for these top players, it was far less than a large contract for a live broadcast. Even if it was for his dignity, he wouldn't act like this. For him to lose so badly, it could only be because his strength was completely crushed. Peak professional players like Brother Miracle might be standing at the top of human esports, but they were facing Chen Guang, who could already be called a god in the field of Dota. The only one who could defeat a god was the other true god, Jiang Luyao, who had transformed into a human, and he had relied on cheating methods. In the 9th game, Chen Guang still won. Finally, in the 10th game, Brother Miracle rubbed his fingers over his beloved mouse. To everyone's surprise, he was completely calm. There was no panic on his face, nor was there any hesitation. He looked at his mouse and keyboard with deep affection in his eyes. He took a deep breath, tilted his head again, and looked straight at Chen Guang. "Hey, brother." Chen Guang also tilted his head. "Hey, brother. You're really strong," he said. "Thank you." With a smile, Chen Guang nodded his head. "I used to think I was invincible at a certain time. Thank you for making me re-examine this game." He was very sincere. Feeling the fighting spirit gradually reigniting on his opponent's face, Chen Guang smiled. After losing 9 games in a row, not only had he not collapsed, but he had instead become enlightened. Of course, he didn't like opponents who collapsed after a single hit. Being able to experience the world's experts one after another while being lonely at the top was what he was really willing to enjoy when he stood at the peak. It was just like the feeling of his heart beating faster and his blood vessels expanding when he defeated all the car kings in Xiangjiang. "I'm very happy that you think this way. Actually, I used to be your fan, and I really like watching your team's matches." Since he gave him face, Chen Guang returned the favor. "Will you play professionally?" "I don't think it's possible. After this solo match, I might not play this game anymore. So I want to defeat you once. This is my last chance." The light in Brother Miracle's eyes grew brighter. "Yes. I almost wanted to give up this game today, but I thought a lot. Maybe it's just a game to you, but it's my love, my life, my dream. So..." "What?" So thank you for letting me see such a strong state, but I will never give up. I'm very happy that you think this way. Then, let me challenge your throne for the last time." The content of their conversation was transmitted to the ears of every audience through the microphone. It was a little tragic, a little stubborn, but more than that, it was the persistence and unwillingness of an esports genius towards his dream. Even though he knew that he was facing a god, he refused to compromise. Not only in terms of actions, but also in terms of mentality. As long as the tower did not fall, he would not retreat. Until the very last moment, he would never admit defeat. Even though he knew that it was a hopeless struggle, he still waved his giant axe and rushed out of the fountain, just to stand in front of his world tree and struggle for the last ray of hope. This was esports, this was the Dota Tower. Of course, what people felt the most was the true meaning behind the name of the throne challenge by Chen Guang. He was not bragging. He was indeed standing at the top of the world, sitting on the throne, looking down on all living things, giving everyone a chance to prove themselves in front of him and the world. In this field, he was indeed the fully deserving king. Everyone else could only be challengers. Brother Miracle's last match was slowly sounded in the war horn. He and his Mypo diviner waved the shovel in their hands and walked out. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.